German 10-year bund yield rises as much as 5.6 basis points to a day's high at 3.052%. Treasury 10-year and 30-year yields rise to session highs. Israel's Netanyahu said today Israel targeted railways and bridges in Iran. Netanyahu says we will continue to strike the regime in Iran with even greater force. Apple shares fall 3.4%. As a reminder, off the back of this Apple news, foldable phone, according to Nikkei, foldable iPhone hits engineering snags and delays are possible. So that news came from last night. So according to Interfax, Russian found to supply the China National Nuclear Corporation with material for rare earths. At 10 a.m. Eastern Time, we're expecting the Canadian IV PMI prior 56.6. Gilts extend losses. The 10-year yield rises 7 basis points to 4.9%. In 5 minutes' time, we're expecting the Canadian IV PMI prior 56.6. 1 minute remaining. US stocks extend fall, the Nasdaq down 1%. 10 seconds. 49.7, 49.7. We have posted the Canadian IV PMI March 2026 report on the feed for those interested. Spot silver falls 3%. Seeing some weakness in the S&P 500, not currently seeing any headlines to explain the move, but we'll keep looking. So just to reiterate what we've heard earlier from the Tehran Times, Iran closes all diplomatic and indirect channels of contact with the US. And we did see comments from Netanyahu saying Israel targeted railways and bridges in Iran, and that they'll continue to strike the regime in Iran with an even greater force. We're seeing movement to the downside in gold as well. Stocks Europe 600 index extends decline to 1%. Ukraine's military says it struck Russia's UST Luga oil terminal. US stocks extend fall, the S&P 500 down 1.01%. The IDF says they struck 8 bridge segments used by the Iran regime. US oil prices extend gains. The WTI trades above $116 a barrel. The RDF say they struck bridge segments in Tehran, Karaj, Tabriz, and Kashan.
Damn.
Apple extends drop to 4% on report of engineering setbacks. Apple slumps on report followable iPhone engineering snags.
Give me just a second here, guys. I gotta get some water inside of me too. Throat is acting up. I'm still a little sick. I got like leftover sick shit. All right. Check 1, 2. All right. We're slightly early, right? Here I come. I'm coming on here just in a second here, guys. Sorry about the late start this morning. I woke up. Probably a lot of you did.
According to Eden, Nigeria ready to intervene to offset Iran war impact.
With the timeline moved up slightly, right? Hold on here. Sorry about the late start this morning. Woke up this morning. I was hoping I could get good rest. Hold on here. Just need a second. Well, I thought I would get some good rest overnight in anticipation of today. But of course, I woke up this morning and it was not what I wanted to see. It's weird. I read the tweet or the post on Truth Social this morning, and my emotions ran the gamut and got away from me for a minute. So there was a moment this morning where, here you go. I'll give you some market stuff here. Here we go. This is pretty satisfied here. We could make one more drop to the downside into 12 p.m. I could draw it just like this. My initial reaction this morning was I didn't want to take any part in the day today. That's not why I'm late, but I had some really gnarly reactions to he got me this morning with the tweet with the post or whatever. And I'm like, I can't let this guy fucking get to me. Right over there. I'll draw this one in just like this, just see if it can make. Now, there was one thing to say here. This is a 1 and a 2 and a 3. This could be done. But I like the idea of stalling in here too. We'll play it by ear as it comes on this squeeze. I'd like to see there's a few things there. I think we're done with the down move, but I would like to see us drag ass down here, kind of stall. We'll watch it though and see what happens. There's a bunch of different stuff coming across the wire at the moment. It's all over the place. It's like we're going to intervene now because of Mr. Crazy, and then oh my God, the world's going to end and stuff like that. And I'll be honest with you. I read that Truth Social post this morning, and I don't want to be a part of this. I'll just say it. I don't want to be a part of when I was a kid, I used to like to fight. I loved fist fighting when I was young. It shouldn't be like that, and kids today aren't like that. But when I was young, I was always on sports teams. I was always very competitive. I was competitive to a fault, and I don't like reading stuff like that. It just harkens back to picking fight. I didn't pick fights quite. I wasn't a bully or anything. I used to actually pick on bullies. I was not a nice young boy. I always liked to go after the bully when I was a child. Seriously. And I was an enforcer in soccer. I played sweeper and stopper. Um, so you kind of like leading the field as to where you're supposed to be playing, and then at the same time you're the whip to make sure that your team is doing the right stuff. You're in the right track and going. And it's not really a glory position to play. But that's kind of what I was like growing up, and then even into my adult life. In any ways, I'm bringing that up because I never liked talking shit. I always liked being a doer. And being a doer, you know what happens? The person talking shit usually takes a fucking punch to the face quickly. The more talking that you do, the worse it is, too. Normally, if you hear anybody talking or anything like that, if you've ever been in a fight in your life, the biggest talkers usually are the biggest fucking losers. So when I saw that tweet this morning, the first thing on my head was, I'm an old man. I'm an old guy. I'm becoming old. And I grew up under the like a few things that were bad, the threat of nuclear war, and then always the Middle East was huge when I was a kid. They used to make comedies about the Middle East, racist comedies, trying to in that time period. It was I don't know, slightly a slight, but trying to blow off the maybe blow off with humor the stress of terrorism. When I was young, terrorism got big. Let's start hijacking planes and stuff. Was the rue de rigueur, right? That's what people did, and it was a different time. And so that I was taking a shower. I was late because I was checking on data and stuff before I put the chart up for you in the stream this morning. And the next thing that came into my mind was, I don't know if I want to say it, but it wasn't good thoughts, and it left me like with a bad taste in my mouth. I was like, I don't want to stream. I don't even want to do this today amongst this bread and circus, and I don't like betting on it. I don't know if that makes any sense, especially in something that's so serious. This is serious, right? What they're doing is serious. Its impact on the market is real. We have definitely not priced in war expansion in the market. We have not. No matter what the market will tell you, whatever, how it's positioned, or the fact that we can't go down because there's so many puts in the market. Yesterday, you heard me in the show say everybody's buying puts. They were rounding out the OTM stuff yesterday because it's too expensive to buy closer in the money puts. So they're just loading up on the cheapest puts they can find. I think they were filling out yesterday 6,000 and 5,900. So I don't know that we can go down, but usually we can once those puts roll off. I'll say that. So if everyone's ultra hedged, once that hedging there's no longer a need for it. We do sometimes we'll go down there and print that bad boy. So there's that going on too. And I don't want to really profit off this. I'll be honest with you guys. Like I have a moral like problem with the spectacle of this. I thought about like my time as a soldier this morning. I thought about all kinds of fucked up shit. I don't need. If I was a soldier, I wouldn't need that instigation. I just need to know that my country's behind me, my president's behind me, all that kind of stuff. And I don't want to hear like like the one. You ever been around a fight sometimes, and there's like one person just egging on that would get mopped on the floor. That's how I feel that was this morning. Like I don't need this right now while I'm trying to do what you're telling me to do as a soldier or whatever. I just want to get the job done and be done. And I was thinking back, of course, to this have been going on since I was a kid, and it's being reduced to, the words that were said over the weekend in a couple different posts, and then the post this morning are it's on something that's very, very, it matters. And I've got no will towards Iranians. The regime, of course, I do. And I got a problem. I don't think anybody can support that regime for how horrible they are. But this is the serious stuff. In my view, this is, and I'm sorry to do this in the show right now, but I got to let you know where I'm at today, in particular because of the danger that lies ahead. Now, we're moving up the timeline a little bit. My expectation was that we would pop up and hit the daily trigger and sell off and down, and hopefully get boxed in into this like stay range bound, maybe find a low,
German,
and buy more time, not taco time, but like just buy more time for this operation to move forward and for the market to digest the different outcomes that'll take place quickly over the next few days.
Voice news.
Let me just turn that off for a minute. So we are boxed in. If you don't know, we're slightly boxed in. So we'll talk about a few of these things right now. And I apologize for even having to say this. I apologize for your politics are or whatever. I take this stuff very seriously. There are a lot of lives at stake here. There's a lot of American lives at stake here. There's a lot of people around the world. Their lives are at stake. And it's almost like it's a fucking mockery or a joke or whatever. It's not. And you don't need to say it that much. When you carry a big stick, you only need to say things once. You don't need to like continue on and whatever this bread and circus is. I don't find it humorous at all. Okay, so we're done. I'll stop speaking on that subject. We got it out. You guys understand where I'm at today. So bear with me if you could today. I'll try to make it through. You're going to expect more of this, which is bread and circus. You're going to expect negotiations going well and worst thing in the world. Expect a bumpy ride here. But even within that bumpy ride, today is a good example of when the market knows something is going to happen, everybody's hedged, and for the worst possible outcome, and yet it doesn't happen. You still need that event to take place, or that bad. And I think I harped on this yesterday, which was, are we expanding war? Is there an indefinite closure to the Strait of Hormuz? The Strait of for some reason I keep forgetting the name of the other strait. We don't know that yet. There has still, even today, there were some bombings in Karg Island this morning, but it was military in nature, not the infrastructure of the island. So that still doesn't say anything. Any new information at this point. My original thought was we'd pop up. Let's go up here and take a look at this together. Initial thought was we'd pop up. We did pop up. Well, I'll show you that here in a minute too. We did actually pop up. But my initial thought was we'd pop up into this daily trigger. Pop up into this daily trigger. No matter where it's sold, like right before the daily trigger or pop up, I don't care, or even up here, I don't care. And then get roped in. So we get roped in, and then what happens is they murder all of your hopefully they'd murder all of your puts. The puts wouldn't pay, and then we could eventually go up. Maybe even have a quick move to the downside. Not on this chart here, but you get what I'm saying. Like pop up, down, park. You flush for all those puts that are about to hedge this, and then we ramp-o-rama to the upside. I think that would probably be the best outcome. Or I think I showed you yesterday, like 3 different outcomes. I'm like, it seems right, So this morning what we're doing is we're a little early, rather than this being some kind of like Trump presser where he says, Strait of Hormuz will be open in, I don't care, 3 fucking months. I really don't care. We have 20 tankers going through. You should expect more tankers in a month, and then more tankers in a month. Oh, and by the way, we're going to also do some regime change with it, alongside it. So you get a little bit of regime change, you get a little bit of troops in the ground, not tons of boots, but boots in the ground, and you're also negotiating with this new leadership, letting everybody know, hey, we're speaking to a group, whether that's like a a regime change or a coup or something like that. So you're kind of like two-handed this, and you're quelling markets. Well, that's not what happened this morning. That's not what happened at 8 p.m. this evening. Or in the overnight and early this morning on Truth Social, there were some military actions, crassness in that too. I think Vance this morning came out and said, "Oh yeah, we're supposed to do that. That's a military thing. It's not a part of negotiations." I kind of was off-putting about it. And then Israel also took out some railroads. So you got Israel bombing railroads. You got the U.S. bombing key military targets, which is all fine. And then you have the gasoline poured on top from Trump this morning. But it's a little early, right? This is earlier than 8 p.m. deadline. You know, if you're Iran, you're like, the deadline's done, right? And they came out this morning. They said a few key things. We'll go over some of that news, and we'll see. My thought here is that we're roped in. We're not going anywhere. So, just a little bit early. We did come up into. There is one key note here, even with all that noise, like a news headline stuff and all of the Trump shitting on the floor and dragging his ass across the floor. We did touch this morning, not touch, but close enough to get a reaction, and that line was 660. And I think yesterday I put in the line for 660 and I put a line for 670 because it is natural supply. And there was no positive catalyst. So if we bump up into known supply, and you get some bad catalyst, right? You get shit posting on the news that gets picked, or you get shit posting on Truth Social, and the moment you go up there and touch it, it's like electric wire, right? You're not going above it. So we get sent down to the hurt locker down here, and now we're just kind of like in here now. We're in this like don't do anything kind of a phase. And this daily here is going to be the most important. So yesterday and this morning, here's your daily bottom. Market needs to stay above right about here. And the market needs to get a new high in by the end of the day, in my view. So we got to deal with that today too. Can the market go up here and tag that upside? Does this count is another question. This is pre the open this morning. So I don't know if that counts. I'd really like to see that at least a tip up here for the day, and in New York cash would like to at least see it. So we've got us going down here, dragging ass and tagging it up here just to keep the market alive. We do want to watch that because if we do get stuck and roped in here, we start closing down at any point below the daily. I'm going to have some concern for the inverse cup and handle to the downside. You can see it right there. There might be other people out there that'll think, oh, this is the actual cup is right here. We're going to come down here and then we'll do it like this. So there'll be that argument that's out there too. I don't think that happens. I think the market is in wait mode. And they're showing this morning before the open how serious they are and what it takes for the markets to break out. So the market showed its cards to a greater extent. Now, just for some perspective here, that's not a good look, right? Even with that bounce and recovery on a 1 minute, this doesn't look good, does it? Now, this is just traditional charting here. You can even go up here and show it like this if you want. I really want to be paying close attention to all of these lower signposts down here. You got one right here, right? You got another one right in here. You got another one down in here. And the bigger question becomes, does this get bought? Do they get roped in here for potential squeeze and then eventually fade down here and not stop until there's some kind of resolution to what's going on in the Middle East? Some kind of signpost or some kind of update or something like that. So even just looking at this chart right here, this looks bullish, right? Just watch this closely. This looks kind of bullish on a 1 minute basis. But then go back and just look here. And this is not looking so hot, is it? That ain't looking so hot right there. And bring this one down. You know, just dragging ass down in here. Just watching candlesticks. This is a 4-hour basis right here. We haven't taken that candle out yet. That's good. But just like down here, grinding. We could probably grind all the way down to like 650, 234. Probably grind all the way down here. No problemo today. So hold on here. I think I said to you as we approached up here. So as we began approaching up here, said to you, unless you've put something on much lower, don't institute any new upside positions. And you're either trying to buy a dip once all this passes. Let's say we go up here and we pop up. You're just buying a dip down here maybe to go up. So you're just waiting down below, waiting down here to try to find a dip. We bounce and go higher than this one. Start making our way up. We can institute that secondary long. Or you're waiting for the pop up, right? Enough that we hit those white lines up there, right? The other one that's up there, come back down, and you're buying this dip here. It's one or the other. And what's going on is everyone's getting rope-a-doped, right? Rope-a-dope. So patience is the key here. Have some patience. Let's go over here and look at this on a 1 minute basis. See what we got going on. We'll go through some of the news here for you this morning. I want to check the flows at 12, of course. These are a little bit wonky in here. Let's see what happened this morning. Here's 10 a.m. We're willing to buy the dip here. You see it? Came in at 10, bought the dip. Let's just see if, this is not good here either. This half-hour trigger is coming down. Here's your hourly. The half-hour is racing to the downside. So maybe we go a little bit higher. We move this over a little bit. Something like this. Up in here just to meet this half-hour cross that's coming up. And we'll see if they try to sell us down into this close here. That's what it looks like to me. So you like get that 12 o'clock close, sell it down, and then like a hand comes off. And we're just, I guess you get the red graphics from CNBC maybe today. Traders await Trump decision. That's what I would expect, something like this. Just a dour mood on the day today. So we'll watch this closely together. If we see anything different, if we can get above at any point, if at any point we can get above and start making some back tests and stuff, we can start talking about taking this trade again to the upside. But be cautious here for this like drag down into the close today. Let's look at this. Hold on here. This is 1600 right here. There's another key level that I want you to be aware of, 647.63. That's where party time unlock is. 647.77 is party time to downside lock in. There is a daily low down here at 646.71. So even if we do this, we smash down here, it unlocks the door, but it doesn't necessarily mean we have to go down, but the door is unlocked. We'll have to see if this rejects and starts making new lows down here. Give me a second here. We'll go over some of this stuff. We'll do some catch up here together. I like, you know, it's crazy. Like I did, like this morning I had to do like, oh fuck, I got to check everything. I don't even know what's happened in the last hour. It wouldn't shock me that there's like new information again. Like, I just don't like, and I can tell you it's probably going to run the gamut, right? It could be like, we're going to annihilate the world. And, we love these people. You know, like this one right here. And by the way, if you've sat on the sidelines past few days, congratulations. You've just been sitting back, sitting on your hands. I think we've talked about that. There's not much to do. That 1 o'clock in right there. Let's bring this up here. Note that we normally we will go back and check crosses of major. We'll go back and check crosses of half-hour triggers, hourly triggers. You see it on the 1 and 5 minute all the time. You get back down, check the 1, check the 5, and then when the cross happens, you'll check it as well. So we do this on every time frame. So price will be attracted to this cross above, and we'll see if there's any reason to get even more bearish here in a little bit. Let's watch this closely here. We'll just keep our eyes open on this. We're parked on S2 right now. S3 is right where we tag. This is S3. This is S2. Pretty big decline for today. Hit S3 is pretty big. S4 is down here. This is where S4, if you don't know, like 2 sigma move is under this white box right here. So not expecting anything crazier than 1 sigma possibly down move down below. That should be the worst of it, somewhere down in here. We do sometimes go into S4 and S5, but it's pretty bearish when you're doing stuff like that. So just dragging, like just fucking around down here seems appropriate for the day for where we are in information. Let's watch this closely. Is that too much shit on the chart? I can get rid of this. If you guys, here, let's get rid of this one. Try to clean this up a little bit. We don't need this anymore. You guys get the gist on that. Something just like this, nice and clean. If there's any trade here, I'll let you know too. And there's also a gap we left behind, some gappage up top here. Just be aware of that. Leave it just like this. Pivot points on the daily right here. Bring that up for us. I'm just going to start at the top, like it's 9:30 in the morning, and we're going to go. So a few things. We hit 660 in pre-market. It was in line with a Trump tweet this morning. He warned that this is a quote, the whole civilization will die tonight. He warns the whole civilization will die tonight unless a deal is struck. The near closure of the Strait of Hormuz since the war began has led to a historic oil supply shock. You may or may not know this. I do see the Strait of Hormuz closure and any other closures as a weapon of mass destruction. Trump speaking in that same language. He's been consistent in that language, hinting at the destruction of a lot of people, without directly saying anything, indirectly hinting at the closure being God, I hate fucking doing this today. Hinting towards the Strait of Hormuz being a weapon of mass destruction, and in kind, the U.S. will react. Iranians afterwards saying if the U.S. attacks Iran's power plants, the entire region and Saudi Arabia will fall into complete darkness, was a senior Iranian source. If the situation gets out of control, Iran's allies will also close the this is the strait, Bab el-Mandeb waterway. That is a strait. So they are threatening to close another strait. That's not priced into the stock market. Iran closes all diplomatic and indirect channels of contact with the U.S. That's the Tehran Times. Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu. Today, Israel targeted railways and bridges in Iran. IDF, we struck 8 bridge segments used by the Iranian regime. We struck bridge segments in Tehran, Karaj, Tabriz, and Kashan. Fear and greed index is not maxing out yet. It's at 20. Normally needs to get down to like 13, maybe even 5 sometimes I've seen. For capitulation fear from buyers. The U.S. State Department issues a shelter-in-place order for all Americans in Bahrain. We do have people in Bahrain watching the show, believe it or not. If you're in Bahrain, you're listening right now. If you haven't heard that, you hopefully have at this point. We have one person in particular I'm thinking of. So we do have people watching this show from the Middle East, more than one. We could actually have a ton of them. The White House denies Washington's intention to use nuclear weapons in Iran. That's Al Hadath. They don't necessarily need to use nuclear weapons, though. Everybody remembers the firebomb bombings, right? Dresden, and does that ring a bell? Or Tokyo? And we do have B-52s in the air now. And not only that, but it doesn't take a nuclear bomb. Like, it doesn't take a nuclear bomb. Like, the Strait of Hormuz is like a weapon of mass destruction. If you go in and you take out like power lines, like all of the power infrastructure, that's a weapon of mass destruction too. You take out power lines, ways to distribute food, other commodities in a country, take out their rail lines, take out their power infrastructure, and their ability to take in money for their GDP. You can quickly spiral out of control in a country, in a nation. It doesn't necessarily need to be a nuke. It would have been better if the White House not only denied the Washington's intention to do that, but acknowledge or say we're like it can't be like one-handed with this shit. Like, you can't be like, we're not going to use nukes, but we're going to do our own weapon of mass destruction, which is what they're claiming. This morning they're claiming we're going to wipe them out, right? We're going to I don't need to direct quote them again, right? So you can do that without a nuke. Iran cuts off direct diplomacy with the U.S. Iran cut off direct communications with the U.S. over Trump's threat to destroy Iran's, quote, whole civilization. Monday morning, though talks with ceasefire mediators continue, Middle Eastern officials said. By the way, where the fuck is Congress? They're all fucking partying down in Cabo. They're all drinking at Senior Frogs today. Probably, right? U.S. Iran near brink of escalation as Trump deadline for deal looms. That's nothing. Just a headline. OPEC output fell most in decades last month on war. Give me a second here, guys. Just got to catch up here. This is interesting too. There were U.S. retail ETFs lead fourth day of inflows. That was yesterday. And Monday, USB's U.S. retail market making RMM clients recorded 83 million of net inflows, marking a fourth consecutive day of net buying, with ETF demand continuing to lead. Single stock flows were net positive overall, though energy saw outflows with additional selling in materials, real estate, healthcare, and industrials. The pattern points to index level participation alongside continued sector rotation rather than broad stock specific risk taking. This was yesterday. Just a heads up on that. There's a bunch of longs in the market, it seems, this morning. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer fighting his way out of a wet paper bag this morning. Fucking punching air, as usual. Rubio teases more news in Iran talks. Senator Marco Rubio hinted at updates on Iran negotiations, saying more news on that later today, but gave no details. His remarks came ahead of a meeting with New Zealand's foreign minister, and following Trump's warning that a whole civilization will die tonight. Rubio declined to address potential war crime questions.
5 minutes time, we're expecting the New York Fed 1-year inflation expectations. Forecast 3.5%, prior 3%.
I'm going to read a few more things to you here just to get you up to speed. This is from paid news sources. Karg Island was heavily bombed in preparation for potential U.S. Marines Special Forces ground seizure. Israel has begun attacking Iran's railway infrastructure, telling civilians not to take trains, cancellations across the country. IRGC, still defiant, announces new retaliatory attacks on petrochemical plants in eastern Saudi Arabia. Iran's 10-point counterpoint to the U.S. 15-point ceasefire shows signs of willingness to compromise. Reparations from U.S. dropped as a demand. Vance says war will end, quote, very shortly, end quote. Tehran Times, all communications with U.S. side suspended. Tehran Times, all diplomatic channels with the U.S. have ceased. Quote, Iran has closed all diplomatic and indirect channels of communication with the U.S.
Confirmation reports from the New York Times that Iran has stopped negotiating with the U.S.
I'll say this to you before he does. Um, Iran has closed all diplomatic and indirect channels of communication with the U.S. Tehran Times has reported. The publication says that any and all messages exchanges have been suspended, end quote. The Tehran Times is seen as tied to the hardline factions of the government and calls itself, quote, the voice of the Islamic Revolution, end quote, but is not directly state-owned per se. Meanwhile, President Masoud Pezeshkian has praised the willingness of 14 million Iranian citizens to sacrifice by taking to the streets, seeking to protect power plants and other sensitive vital infrastructure as the U.S. Israeli bombs rain down. U.S. conservative MSM publications have decried this as a form of human shields. Just a note on that they are requesting, or reports are that they're requesting children. Children to place themselves in harm's way in regards to the possible escalation of force. Also remember that in the Iraq-Iranian war, they did the same thing. They took children. The Iranians took children to clear minefields when Iran broke through the lines of Iraq. And you got to think about the Middle East. I wouldn't say the Middle East, but if people think that's crazy, kids, when you live someplace. When I was a kid, I came from parents that came from a lot of kids. And my wife's family are farmers and ranchers. So they had lots of kids. And it might sound crazy saying that, but what Iran is doing, and I think it's crazy, of course, and it shouldn't be done, but there was a time even in the United States where kids were just, I wouldn't say disposable, but you had a lot of kids because of disease and kids getting hurt, working on the family farm or the family ranch or in the mines. I don't want to make any jokes on that this morning, but if you get the gist, right? Kids aren't seen as valuable depending upon where you live and your place, stature in life and money and stuff like that. Not just cultural differences, but socioeconomic differences place a lot less value on life. It says here, to continue on, that human chains have been seen on some bridges in Iran. White House trying to manufacture mission accomplished. Vance says objectives have been completed. Vice President J.D. Vance has said that very shortly this war will be completed in a Tuesday morning statement. He stated specifically that the military objectives have been accomplished, adding there are two pathways, and that optimistically this will involve lots of negotiations. But with a deadline of 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the U.S. is confident it will get an Iran response. Hala Jabbar, a longtime Sunday Times journalist and veteran Middle East war correspondent, is quoted as saying, Trump is scrambling behind the scenes for a ceasefire with Iran, according to claims emerging from via Fars news agency. Allegations point to urgent outreach throughout multiple governments and intelligence channels, citing what it describes as an informed source. The report claims the U.S. has been pushing for ceasefire via back channels, using countries it believes have credibility with Tehran. According to the same account, Iran received calls from 5 heads of government and 8 intelligence agencies, all seeking to open a path toward a ceasefire. And further claims Washington is considering reshaping its negotiation team, including removing Witkoff due to his ties to Netanyahu's circle and replacing him with Vance to lead a more serious track. So pay attention to anything from Vance, I guess, today, including removing Witkoff due to his tie to Netanyahu's circle and replacing him with Vance to lead a more serious track. The urgency, the sources say, is driven by mounting military and economic pressure, including fears of surging fuel prices. If true, it would mark a stark contrast to the public posture. I gave you the quote from Vance earlier. Trump, a whole civilization, on Trump stating that a whole civilization will die tonight. Trump seems to be openly announcing plans for genocide, saying he's going to annihilate an entire civilization. What else do you call this? Quote, a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will, end quote. He threatened in a Tuesday Truth Social post, quote, however, now that we have complete and total regime change, where different, smarter, and less radicalized minds prevail, maybe something revolutionarily wonderful can happen. Who knows? He continued. Meanwhile, according to the Associated Press, airstrikes pounded Tehran on Tuesday, and Iran officials urged young people to form human chains to protect power plants, hours before the expiration of U.S. President Donald Trump's latest deadline for the Islamic Republic to reopen the crucial Strait of Hormuz or face punishing strikes on its infrastructure. Kharg Island bombed again. Kharg Island is being bombed again on Tuesday with a senior U.S. official. And note on that, we said we took out that military infrastructure just weeks ago. Kharg Island is being bombed again on Tuesday with senior U.S. officials telling Fox's Jennifer Griffin that the U.S. hit dozens of military targets on Kharg Island overnight. Per the fresh reporting, the targets included bunkers, a radar station, and ammunition storage. However, the same U.S. officials described that landing docks were not intentionally targeted, that they would only have been struck if Iranians fired something from next to them. This development has led to speculation that this could be another round of softening operations to prepare for some kind of U.S. Marine or Special Forces seizure. This sends oil back to the highs. This would, without a doubt, be very high risk with the potential for significant U.S. casualties. The strikes on Kharg Island were carried out solely by the U.S., not Israel. It doesn't really matter, right? I think Israel already claimed that they would do the bridge or the train tracks, and the U.S. would do the military targets. I don't know if the U.S. said they would do the bridges or Israel. I can't remember. The strikes on Kharg Island were carried out solely by the U.S., not Israel, I am told. This, quote, this is a message to the Iranians, a senior U.S. official told me. Axios cites a U.S. official to say the strikes on Kharg Island were not directed at oil infrastructure, but were restrikes on military targets that were hit previously. Market bleeding now down to the 4 hour earlier than expected. Coming to slam down into 652.72. We're looking for a rejection of this cross above. They didn't even bother to wait. Took it straight down into S4 650.72. Hopefully you got the message this morning from me in Discord that said no bueno on the open this morning, and you're not caught in this. Bridges, power plants, tit for tat warning. President Trump has been warning of the complete demolition of Iran's power plants and bridges. So Trump's going to do the bridges in a matter of hours. So by Tuesday end, if the Strait of Hormuz is not fully reopened by his deadline, listen to this closely here. And I'm just reading this for the first time. I'm just catching up to this news. It's brand new. It just came out. It's like a top line of everything that happened this morning. President Trump has been warning of a complete demolition of Iran's power plants and bridges in a matter of hours. So by Tuesday's end, if the Strait of Hormuz is not fully reopened by his deadline, Qatar's foreign ministry spokesman Majed Al Ansari is urging some last-minute diplomatic action, warning, quote, we are close to the point where the situation in the region could spiral out of control, end quote. There have meanwhile been reports of more Iranian attacks on Qatar. Quote, there are no winners if this war continues, he said. I would add to that It's not just the war continuing, it's the strait being closed for an indefinite amount of time going forward. But Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC, is not backing down, having on Tuesday claimed responsibility for attacks on petrochemical facilities in Saudi Arabia's Dubai region, stating the strikes were retaliation for earlier Israeli strikes on its Shiraz petrochemical facility. Iran officials have repeatedly warned that any strikes on Iranian power plants and bridges would trigger reciprocal attacks on regional infrastructure. The IRGC stated it targeted American companies in Dubai with missiles and drones, including Sadra, ExxonMobil, and Dark Chemical. It also stated that a petrochemical complex in Jumaima, belonging to the U.S. company Jordan Phillips, was struck with medium-range missiles and drones. Israeli attacks on Iran rail infrastructure have already begun. Iran's Mehr news agency is reporting attacks on Iran's rail system, including an Israeli strike hit the Yaha Abad railway bridge in the city of Kashan in central Iran. The deputy governor of Isfahan has said that the strike killed 2 people. The attack came after the IDF issued a warning telling Iranians against using trains for their safety until 9 p.m. local time, 17:30 GMT. The governor of Mashhad had already announced the immediate suspension of all rail services departing the city amid the Israeli threat. That was last night, I believe. And I think Israel warned Iran as well about the potential to be attacking railways. The governor of Mashhad had already announced the immediate suspension of all rail services departing the city amid the Israeli threat. It's being reported as a precautionary measure that will remain in effect until further notice. Apparently, this rail operation is being done only by the Israeli side of the bombing campaign. More on Iran's 10-point response to U.S. ceasefire plan. Iran has delivered its highly anticipated 10-point response to the U.S. 15-point peace plan. Iran's 10-point plan includes, according to a paraphrase, guarantee. Number 1, guarantee that Iran will not be attacked again. Number 2, permanent end to the war, not just the ceasefire. Number 3, end to Israeli strikes in Lebanon. 4, lifting of all U.S. sanctions on Iran. 5, end to all regional fighting against Iranian allies. 6, in return, Iran would open the Strait of Hormuz. 7, Iran would impose a Hormuz fee of $2 million per ship. 8, Iran would split these fees with Oman. 9, Iran to provide rules for safe passage through the strait. Number 10, Iran to use Hormuz fees for reconstruction instead of reparations. Importantly, Tehran has dropped its demand for full war reconstruction reparations to be paid directly by the United States, providing a potential window to reach actual compromise with Washington. Next top-line headline. 75 Gulf energy assets damaged in U.S.-Iran war as supply shock intensifies. International Energy Agency Executive Director Fatih Birol was interviewed by the French newspaper Le Figaro earlier on Tuesday and warned that the Gulf energy shock is, quote, is more severe than those of 1973, 1979, and 2022 combined, end quote, because it is affecting oil, gas, food, fertilizers, petrochemicals, helium, and global trade all at once. Birol said in an interview that more than 75 energy sites across the Gulf region have been attacked, with about a third severely damaged, suggesting tens of billions of dollars in repairs and a prolonged disruption of some energy flows, further tightening global supplies and compounding the disruption at the Strait of Hormuz choke point. Hang tighter, guys. I got to take this. The newspaper asked Birol, how quickly can the Gulf production recover? He responded, Quote, we are monitoring energy infrastructure in real time, fields, refineries, terminals. 75 facilities have been attacked and damaged, more than a third severely. Repairs will take a long time. Countries like Saudi Arabia may recover faster due to strong engineering capabilities and financial resources, but elsewhere, such as Iraq, the situation is far worse. About 15 million people depend on oil and gas revenues there, and the country has lost two-thirds of its oil income, approaching economic paralysis. It will take a long time for the Middle East, previously a reliable energy hub, to recover. Remember, you might think that Iraq doesn't matter, but just remember that the entire world's energy supply impacts price around the world, and only if you have the money will you be able to weather the storm that's coming. There's something else here, too. I don't know if you know this. You may or may not know this. You want to think about oil kind of like this. If you don't know this, you might know this, but it might not be, you might understand this, but not think about it. When you have like oil is kind of not a weird thing, but you have like a pipe, right? Inside of that pipe, you have oil coming through it like this. And then you have a break in that supply. Oil continues on. When you get these breaks in the supply, they haven't quite hit the tape yet. They get priced in early, but you haven't seen the effects of it yet. So the more disruption in this pipe here, the more we end up feeling that knock-on of that disruption as time moves forward. So with the disruption of oil continuing, even if the war is like, hey, we're going to pause here for a minute or 2 weeks or 3 weeks or 4 weeks, you're still going to have that gap as long as these facilities have been destroyed and are not rebuilt. Distribution places like Carg Island are closed or the Strait is closed. The more you put these breaks in the supply, the more you feel it down the road. So it's hard sometimes. It's hard sometimes as a I don't know, a Main Street person or a stock market, even just stock market participant, to understand or grasp the concept that you hear about these things taking place, and then you say, "Oh, it's not so bad," but you will feel it, and that will be priced in, and you'll feel it down the road. That disruption in that pipeline, that consistent, steady pipeline that's constantly running at all times. So the more that you see this destruction take place, the more, like when you say, oh, we priced it all in, it's like, I don't think so. Not quite yet. The more disruption that you put in, the more the market has to, another squeeze right now. A brutal price action. The more that you'll feel this, anyways, the more that you'll feel this stuff that I'm describing to you right now down the road, and then it's not priced in. And the more destruction that you see, the more we need to price in a prolonged pipe with no oil in it. Now we're going to move on to cherry picking parts of the interview on this disruption in oil and gas. Cherry picking the most important parts of the interview. Le Figaro asked, who will suffer the most? Barol responded, the global economy will suffer, of course. European countries will struggle, as will Japan, Australia, and others, but developing countries will be the most affected due to high oil, gas, and food prices and accelerating inflation. Their economic growth will be heavily impacted. I fear many developing countries will see their external debt rise significantly. That is why I am pessimistic. This crisis stems not from the energy itself, but from the geopolitics. Le Figaro asked which countries are most exposed to shortages. Barol responded, import-dependent countries are most exposed in Asia, South Korea, Japan, but especially Indonesia, the Philippines, Vietnam, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. I think, too, I don't know if you're even from the Philippines, they're having shortages right now, right? I think there's like some panic in Philippines have been going on for the past few days on shortages. I read a story yesterday that there's a lot of pay to play going on in Philippines right now. Like my mayor told me I could get gas. I don't know the mayor, so I ain't getting no gas. People are paying black market pricing for gas even right now. La Figaro was asked how quickly can Gulf production recover. Borrell responded, "We are monitoring energy infrastructure in real time. Fields, refineries, terminals, 75 facilities have been attacked and damaged, more than a third severely. Repairs will take a long time. Countries like Saudi Arabia may recover faster due to strong engineering capabilities and financial resources." I already told you this part. It's just being recached. The Figaro then went on to ask, how significant is the drop in Gulf oil production? Barol responded, enormous. These countries are producing just over half of pre-war levels. As for natural gas, exports have stopped entirely. March was already difficult, but April will be worse. If the strait remains closed throughout April, we will lose twice as much crude and refined products as in March. We are entering a black April in the Northern Hemisphere. April usually marks spring, but now it may feel like the beginning of winter. Barol has painted a bleak outlook for energy markets in the global economy for weeks in various interviews. However, emerging through the fog of war, the U.S. appears poised to be a net beneficiary of the chaos across the Gulf, with energy flows expected to remain disrupted for some time. A reminder to readers that I posted for you in the Discord last week, in the Pro channel, a map on how the energy shock dominoes begin to fall. You know, I have it here somewhere. I can post it for everybody. Hold on. Let me just take a look for it. And they start to really hit the tape here mid-April. I'll post it in the market chat for everyone right now. I think this is it. Just a companion piece to what I just read to you. No, I don't know if this one shows the time frame. Let me look. Yeah, it does. You just want to click on that. If you haven't seen this, I posted it before it ever hit it. I guess it got some traction, but I know that I posted it one morning at like 8:30 or something. Within like 24 hours, it like was everywhere. It was all over the fucking place. But if you open that up and just look closely, you can start to see the deadlines for we start to where that pipeline I drew for you, where it really starts to matter. And you have to think about the continuing operations and how they mar that map. That map will get worse as time goes on, the longer that the strait is closed and we do more damage across the board. We're just parked in here. We're not doing too much. Watch this closely here. Buy a dip at 10, buy a dip at 11. See if they try to buy the dip again. Yeah, it's not that I don't think that the U.S. can survive it. I think the U.S. is fine surviving it. It's not that. It's you start to drag. It'll drag on the U.S. at some point, and it can and will potential has a good potential of dragging us into a recession. It's not it's not like the U.S. can't handle it. The U.S. is wealthier than most other nations, of course. If not all nations, and we have the freedom to spend the money how we want to. So you can make the decision. I made the joke about this the other day, but it's black comedy. I apologize, but the U.S. can make the decision how they spend their money, but of course they might have to give up their health care or something else to get that gas to get to work. But at the same time, how you create a recession is the world joins you. And so you start having third world nations falling into recession. There's a knock-on effect, and you have the U.S. tied up with spending money on energy and not on goods and services for their enjoyment, I guess, or however they see fit. You start to see demand destruction across sectors in the U.S. stock market. At some point, people will make a decision as to how they're going to spend their money, and even if they're not affected, you got to remember this. Like it's like, oh, I drive a hybrid, or I drive a car with high gas mileage. You start to change um the sentiment of the U.S. consumer, and maybe they tighten the purse strings too. So there's like other knock-on effects of this. Well, we're at war right now, and things are looking kind of shitty, and there's no end in sight. Maybe we tighten the drawstrings a little bit, even if I don't have a big gas bill. Just start tighten the drawstrings. There's fear of a recession in the future, and that can reinforce the idea of a recession in the future. And the crazier part too is you can start at some point. We're not there yet, but there is a point where you can predict, because it's oil and it's in a pipeline, and the effect is down the road. You could predict a recession from this. We're not there just yet, but so just all of that wrapped up with the sentiment and then the actuality of it, and then seeing it in the horizon. It's like a slow Zamboni coming towards you that you know you're going to get hit with. That's not all hope to be lost either. The U.S., of course, if we get dragged into this, they print money when we come into these situations. So don't get too dour. There are ways the U.S. Has dealt with situations similar to this. COVID. We had major shortages, pipeline issues. Do you guys remember, like, even when we reopened, there were still shortages for months afterwards. Supply shocks that didn't hit the main street tape for months later. I'm tired, guys. It's up here. I mean, look at that. Wham. Slam down. Cross still coming up above here. Let's watch this close. I'm going to remove this one here just so we can see the price action. I'm still on this trade here with the dragging. Even with this new low we did not touch. Would still like to see this just like this down to the close and get put right to bed into 8 p.m. And we'll talk about expectations if we're going to go lower. I think we can. An update from Iran. I think, Chad, I got to make my way through this. There's a lot coming across my desk here, and it's I got to try to keep up here to catch back up. Iran, the Al Borz Zenjan railway lines damaged in enemy attack. Diplomatic and indirect channels of talks with the U.S. are not closed. That comes from the Tehran Times newspaper. That's a different source than the talks are closed source. Let me find that one. Per Wall Street Journal earlier, put per Wall Street Journal earlier, Iran has cut off direct communication with the U.S. Diplomatic and indirect channels of talks with the U.S. are not closed, coming from Tehran. Just now, situation in Iran's Karg Island under control. No damage to infrastructure after U.S.-Israeli attack. Mayor saying that there's no disruption to the oil facilities at Iran's Karg Island. Mayor saying that they took out some military stuff, but not their ability to pump oil or move oil, I should say. VIX on the move to the upside. VIX 9-day cranking. It's coming into a little bit of supply, but it looks as though it's gonna continue to move higher. I'm going to read a little bit of news for you from the Bloomberg terminal. Thank you, Dr. CS. Well, I'm not going to read this one to you. Keep that one in the Discord. I'm just looking. Bork has a it's fucking stupid. I'm reading some like Borka's in the background building a bunch of tools for us, and the guy's just it's like killing it right now. Any of you guys click on the attachment that he's got on this new tool that he's got for the new market briefs? I'm reading through it right now. This thing is dope. If you're a pro trader, you want to check out this market brief that he just built. That's so gangster. Pork, it almost sounds like they can hear my voice. They can hear my voice in that brief. Yeah, 100% network ninja. Hold on here. Excuse me.
So Trump speaking on the phone with Vance, who is in Hungary.
So we're looking for trades right now. Give me one quick second here. We haven't looked at this one in a while. We rode this one up.
So we can see here that Vance is currently live at a rally in Hungary with President Orban, and he's speaking to Trump via a speakerphone, who's speaking through on the mic.
Huh?
And that concludes comments from Trump.
And then it concludes comment was speaking on speakerphone, and that concludes comments from Trump. We'll listen closely and see if we can catch any more from that. Yeah, that's another big thing too, right? We haven't even gone into USMCA stuff yet. Trump just made some comments out there. Like, we're not even into summer USMCA yet. We're not into election season yet. There's a whole lot of other stuff the market has not looked at yet. I don't know if this one's ready. All right, we're going to go over a few things here. Now, there's some that are not ready yet, but we're going to look at them anyways. We'll take a few minutes. We're gonna take a few moments in this broadcast. We're going to switch over to I don't know why that's there. Get rid of that. We're going to switch over to some trade ideas. Let's go over here and look at this really quick together, rather than getting consumed by all this fucking doom. There's a few things. I'm going to give you a few updates here on SPY. The half-hour trigger is crossing right now. Wouldn't be shocked to see a quick trip up here, but I do expect us to drag down into the close today. To be trapped in here until we get some kind of like news headlines, of course, from Trump. So just be aware you can get trapped in here all day long. I'm going to give you some trade ideas here in just a moment. Okay, this is the first one we're going to look at here. This is Life. If you don't know it, we rode this thing up a long time ago. We rode this bad boy up to the moon. It has finally come back down. Now, this trade, this is a nice big fat A, right? This is what is pleasant about this is that the trade has come back down into the initiation of the trade. We got to get rid of this red. It's not a good look here. Now, there are some issues with going long on this stock. Just looking at the price action, you know that we can do some kind of nonsense cup and handle. I think I talked to you about Wyckoff distribution last week. If you were here for that discussion, sometimes you'll just hit the same low and then up, but oftentimes you'll get one more deeper low and then an accumulation back up and to the right again. So this one's not quite ready. It's not quite ready, but it's almost ready. So what you want to do is monitor this trade for Life. It's coming back into some reasonable price action here. We're going to look at this on a higher frame and just see if we can see what we can see here. There was a tick. You see this tick right here? Yep. So we are below this candle right here. This is a monthly basis on Life. So this is actually open to trade down below. So we're going to drop this right down here. Actually, we'll do
Bahraini resolution on protecting shipping in Strait of Hormuz.
What we're going to look at here is this right here, this candle.
China vetoes the Bahrainian UN resolution on encouraging protection of shipping in the Strait of Hormuz.
Just hang tight. I got some stuff I got to do here in the background.
The World Bank President Ija Banga said the Middle East war will lead to some degree of higher inflation and some degree of lower growth.
About there. Right there. We already have some buy lines in here. So if we do get the cup and handle that's coming down here and smash down here, try to sweep a high or sweep a low. We know the trade instigated right here. We also know that this trade can come all the way down here and those buyers are still viable. Same group of buyers.
Apple shares fall 4.3% after the report foldable phone shipments could be delayed by months.
It's all the little things in your devices, not the big things. Always the little things. Let's look at this here. The daily trigger is still at a pretty violent clip down here. Still underneath the daily trigger here. There is a bright, shiny hope in here. There's a small gap that needs closed in here. There is a small hook in the daily trigger. See it turning. So expect some more price action like this, and then a sweep higher. This could be May. Let's look at velocity really quick together. Still haven't seen weeks put together. This is bad for this stock at the moment. There is some accumulation going on, even with the no bottom and weekly velocity hasn't bottomed yet, but there is accumulation going on as we speak. That's a good sign for you if you're a bull on this. Just a matter of how low can we go. And this on this 30-minute basis, the daily says we can go lower, which makes sense.
More info to this UN resolution.
You just see it right here. Here's a low here, low right here, low not reached.
Potentially authorizing
Weekly still in bottoming.
Shipping lanes in the Strait of Hormuz.
Shipping lane. Daily velo and weekly velo on a daily basis still bearish here, but on daily 30-minute daily hourly accumulation is being bought. Ticker symbol on this is LIF if you don't know. I want to talk to you briefly here about
news agency. Air defense is activated over Tehran and fighter planes flying on low altitude over the city.
I want to talk to you briefly about my rules for these stocks. So I have ETFs that I build with these stocks in them. I've never been one to be like, yeah, we're going to buy life right here, fuck it, and check on it later. I always like the idea of creating a basket of stonks, right? And if these stonks hit what you want them to hit, you consider them again. You have to consider the news that's surrounding them as well before you place the trade. I like the idea of buying the underlying and selling puts if possible. And I also like to check the fundamentals. So, like, let's top line this. So, if I pick 100 stonks and one runs away without me, I'm not too concerned about that. What I really like is like the capitulation and buying where I feel good buying. And I like to set these up before we get there so that I get an alert that says, "Hey, Cap, the price is crossing down below plane X." So I don't get trapped in here. I'm not upset. I feel good about the purchase. Hey, about this, I'm going to own it for a little while. I'll go and check the fundamentals. How are their revs and profits? How is their debt? Do they have anything in the pipeline? Are they making something or promising something but not making something? And then what is the news that made the price of this stock go down here? Is it I think we had one recently that I had some buy levels on it, and it came out that the stock said they had an agreement, I think, with Microsoft, and they didn't. So I was like, I'll pass on that one. So you also want to know what the news is. Is it just like a knee jerk down? Is it, oh, he beat ER, but the price came down here, and then it'll get unclenched later? You know, I had a great ER, but the stock came down. Now I want to monitor this and maybe start adding to longs here. And then once all the calls are flushed out, the unwind will take place, and I'll make a bunch of money. And remember that these holds are for a period of time. We're going to do it just like this. I think it's going to go up here, but I don't think it's done going down. Now we're in a 30-minute here. I could do this in an hour if you want to make it easier. And we'll call this, hopefully we'll check on this end of May. See where we are. For current situation out there, it might start turning up. This is life. And there's nothing here saying you can't get long. What we can do is do a cross above. We'll do an alert that if we cross up here, we cross up and down and up and down. If we start turning up, we can start thinking about maybe taking a long to go higher. Right? If we don't, we start stalling in here. We start blasting down. We'll put some alerts down lower. Let's put a couple alerts in here. This one's a little early, but you never know. We'll do an alert on this daily right here. So we're going to do an alert on life, 43.90. For a breakout, we'll do crossing up and down. Crossing up or down, that's what this is. This setting is right here. Horizontal line.
Report.
I don't care how many times it goes up or down. I just want to be aware of it. And then this one right here down below, I really am interested in this 32.37. I don't care about this one over here. I care about a breakout, or I care about a new low. Crossing down. So I have an alert here and alert here for a breakout. We can do an equal leg in here. There's your cup and handle right there. We haven't given up the instigation of the trade. This thing opened at $25. So this seems reasonable. As long, well, all we're looking for here is like trade down, right? Got a nice little bounce. Start trying to accumulate in here if we can see that price action improving. This is LIF. You want to snap that? You can. There's another old-timey favorite of ours we're going to look at next. We haven't talked about this one in a while either. They've been popping up now. I'm just going to show you this one. This is Curb. Can you see this? I've been watching this one now for a period of time. If you are watching Curb at all, we discussed this one even more recently up here, right? Close the gap, come back down. Check for the cross of the half-hour trigger on this one. We are targeting a trade to 27.12 and then to close the gap on high at $28. We've already reviewed this one. There is this is a nice little like equal leg. Kind of see that there to the upside, right? Take it back down, close the gap and take it higher again. 1, 2, 3. This one's trading fairly well right now. I like Curb here. There is a cross of the half an hour, the daily, and the weekly. So let's look a little bit closer on this one. You can see this nice little back test on the half an hour. It's extremely bullish, going up to close the gap up here. Once we close this gap, you might be able to grab another long right in here, like 26.20. Try to get some more squeeze action to the upside. So this is Life. Just checking in on this one. Want to make sure that we're still tracking and following along in this trade to the upside. Price target on this, 27.12. This one's already beginning to moon because the half an hour and hourly trigger is already going up, or excuse me, crossing here. It's extremely bullish here. Let me just show you a couple things of what happens when that happens. Last time we had something like this happen down here. It was explosive up, back test, and then an explosion to the upside. We're looking for that same price action in here. Daily trigger getting whipped to the upside and looking to at least do some kind of an equal leg up here with this larger trade. And then this is the fall for a second leg down up here. Up here, clean all this up, and then bigger move up into the end of the year up here. We actually have this one tracking out for quite a bit of time here, but and this is CURB, Curb. I've been talking about it. It's an old-timey favorite of ours. We took it up from nowhere. It ripped faces off. And then we're looking for a bottoming in here to reinstigate the trade. Curb is the name. This one's interesting. The next one we're going to look at here is we're going to look at VG, I think. Many of you probably know this one as well. Right, bring it. Where's VG? There we go.
Oil
Sorry, I'm on the wrong layouts here. Hold on.
turned negative, and US crude still on track for the highest close since 2022.
This is VG. VG is kind of cool. It's let me see, can I bring this on a 4R maybe? There we go. No, this is like a larger. This is VG. This is a larger equal leg Batman configuration. I do want you to know that note here that it's ready for its second leg. Or the leg to come up here and trade all this nonsense to the upside. Any of you that have been following along on VG, there is this prior high back here that needs to be dealt with, but if you look closely, just so we can watch this get taken out up here and see that this last seller was taken out up here. And now we have to go up here and deal with these guys up here. So they've already taken out the last seller here. The expectation on this one over here.
Fully expecting EIA STIA report.
VG with a nice clean back test on its hourly trigger. Like to see this one go straight up. The concern I have here is when we get to this level right here. This is the bigger one up here. Yeah, and that's where that one's targeting right there, right where I snapped that line. You want to be very cautious. This could get legs and go up here and trade this, but just note that there should be a lot of, I think I would say they're capitulated, but you never know. When you got to remember that we're up here, right? Start selling. And you got some bag holders up here that likely said, I'm going to stay in. But some bag holders are like, I'm out of here. I'm selling, right? I've been on the train long enough. It's been too long. But then you've got some people that still didn't sell up here. And they're watching this closely to get out. So you have to be careful of like rampant selling up here. And this could lead to some kind of a back test over here. Not as deep as this one. And you want to be watching these buyers in here that are trapped. Like, kind of like, got buyers in here. They got trapped in. So you get a little bit of like, no, oh my God, no. And then you get a little bit more selling in here, a little bit more rampant selling. So I want you to be careful of something like this. And then this becomes some kind of like a distribution. And you kind of see it in here. There's like it's not quite the FOMO, like some kind of like push up here. I don't think you can get up there, but the bigger fear here is that we're like smashing down through that plane, come back down here, and put a little bit of pain on that trade before going up again. You can see that wick right there too.
The EIA sees US oil output of 13.51 million barrels per day versus prior forecast of 13.61.
Just check this really quick.
Sees 2027 output of 13.95 million barrels per day.
1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's about right. It's about right.
Forecast sees $76.09 a barrel versus prior forecast versus prior of $64.47.
This is VG. Like to see a target of 1935. Maybe you get 1985, but 1935.
Also, EIA sees 2026 WTI average price of 87.
Slam, slam, slam. Low in May.
$73.61 a barrel.
Looking to trade 25 bucks.
43 cents a barrel versus prior.
24.88.
$60.81 a barrel.
So ultimately, trade from here to there is, it's trading $15, $16. Looking for a trade at 25. It's a fairly good trade right there. The only thing you want to be concerned about on this is
500 and a little bit of downside on the
nice squeeze higher just now on SPY up into the cross. Just keep your eyes on this here that you're staying on that plane. Come back down here, then all bets are off until it recovers again. This is VG for an update. SPOOS just squoze up, just so you can see it. It is going up to trade into the half an hour cross and the hourly trigger. Let's watch the price action really quick. See if this rolls back down again. It's now 12 p.m. We'll find out if we get buy-sell flows in here. One minute is crossing through the 5 minute. See if this thing comes back down to the cross that's happening here.
We have posted out the EIC report on the feed for you to read through. So also from this, they say the Brent crude oil is peaked at an average of $115 a barrel in Q2 of this year. They expect US retail gasoline prices to average $4.30 per gallon in April, diesel to average $5.80 a gallon. Israel military warns vessels in maritime area between Lebanon's Tyre and Ras Nakura. All vessels must immediately sail north of Tyre.
What are you asking? So I got to answer a question here in the Discord. Hang tight, guys. Do you mean disable the chat box as you're watching it on YouTube? You can remove a chat box from YouTube if you want. There should be a little X, I think. So what am I missing here? Where are we at? Did I post this in the wrong fucking place? Sorry, I'm in the pro chat. I think I thought I was in the market chat. I was in the pro chat. I apologize. Sometimes I'll post things in the wrong fucking place. I got multiple instances of Discord open. I have like a chat. I don't know if I can show you guys this, but I have a chat over here that's multi-stream. Then I have like 2 chats over there I read, and then I read 2 chats currently in Discord on 2 different web pages. I kid you not. And then I carry on DM conversations throughout the day. So I apologize. I just posted think I might have been posting the wrong Discord. Yeah. Oh yeah. It's like octopus arms or something. Dude, my daughter, I gotta find it. My daughter just got me a coffee cup that's got octopus arms on it. Hold on here. What's going on? Come on. I need to do like another camera. I need to do like a camera of me doing my stuff so you guys can like see what I'm doing. Because you only see like my face. Okay, so what's the question here? Huh? All right. Oh, no. Okay, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. So you want to see a watermark of some kind. We tried the watermarks. They look like dog shit. But I do have the VG on the screen. And what I can do is make sure that I spend more time posting the name of the ticker that I'm talking about. That's VG. But also I post them in the pro channel. So as an example, yesterday I posted some charts in the pro channel. You will get a chart like this from me in pro channel. So if you're not on the stream, you're not watching or whatever, here is life. I do post these in the Discord, though, for you. I don't know if that helps or not, but... And there's also like a... But I see what you're saying about that. Watch out for this. This will take the entire move away. Be careful of this. They'll take this spike right back here. Sometimes they'll take the whole entire thing, so just be careful of it. This is brutal to trade here. This is no bueno. Well, it is if you're selling puts and calls, but if you're stuck in the middle of this, is brutal. This price action is like down, slam you down, then you get the squeeze. Note here too, let's go over here and look at this really quick. Just note that this could be considered satisfied, this low. That's what I have, this low right here at 1 o'clock. We did hit that earlier. And where we go after that is pretty big. Not big, but 657. I at least like to take this out or even this out up here. As long as they don't go above a daily trigger up here. Just note that we're like this moving pretty fast here. If you think we've satisfied this low, you could trade this to 57 up here, but I'm not so sure. They could suck us right back down in here. Then you get the 57 over here after we pass this evening. We'll watch it closely here for a few minutes. I'm going to post a few other tickers in the Discord, in the pro channel for stock picks, just some updates. I'll post Curb up here for you too. I don't think I put VG or Curb in there. Did I put Curb in there? Hold on here. Did I put, but did Life Curb and VG?
After Chinese and Russian UN vetoes, US ambassador to UN calls on responsible nations to join the US in securing Strait of Hormuz. Iran cancels Loristan railway trains until further notice, according to Noor News. That railway trains cancelled due to recent threat.
One quick second here, guys. I'll be right back. Remember, this is the daily high we need. I'll be right back. Give me one quick second here.
According to EA, Middle Eastern nations are seen shutting 9 million barrels of per day of oil output. So these production shut-ins are estimated for April. So, according to Norway's foreign minister spokesman, Norway's foreign minister who spoke with Pakistan's foreign minister in the last hour, said that Pakistan's foreign minister said he hasn't given up yet, but there is still hope. But that hope is dwindling. That an extension of deadline will be achieved. He also added that there is some contact that remains ongoing. So again, Pakistan's foreign minister says there is some contact that remains ongoing. So that he hasn't given up yet, but that hope is dwindling that an extension of the deadline will be achieved. As foreign minister from Pakistan who spoke to Norway's foreign minister. According to Axios, Iran talks show glimmer of progress as deadline looms. Contact Axios, progress has been made in the past 24 hours in negotiations between the US and Iran. That reaching a ceasefire deal by Trump's 8 p.m. deadline still looks like a long shot, according to 4 sources speaking to Axios.
Boy, Axios is really pushing the narrative here, huh? I wonder if Axios is a call holder. I've got some. Sorry, I had to go take care of some stuff. We've got Iran. All right, let me catch up here again. Remember earlier I talked to you that you're going to get contradictory information and see a bunch of squeezing and drops, bumpy road. We have we have tight here. I gotta scroll back down a little bit. Israeli military warns vessels in maritime area between Lebanon's Tyre and Ras Nakora. Israeli military, all vessels must immediately sail north of Tyre.
We have posted out the article from Axios on the feed for you to read through.
After Chinese and Russian UN vetoes, U.S. ambassador UN calls on responsible nations to join U.S. in securing Strait of Hormuz. Pakistan's FM to Norway's FM. Haven't given up yet, but that hope is dwindling that an extension of the deadline will be achieved. Iran cancels Laristan railway trains until further notice. Railway trains canceled due to recent threat. Iran talks show glimmer of hope of progress as deadline looms. Hang tight here, guys.
They're citing a U.S. official, an Israeli official, and 2 other sources with the knowledge of the discussions. Nothing from the Iranians. We can see from the article here, or any Iranian sources, or any Iranian officials. But again, just Axios citing U.S. Official, an Israeli official, and 2 other sources with the knowledge of discussions.
It looks like Axios is being used to trade the stock market, I'll be honest. We got Iran talks show glimmer of progress as deadline looms. That's Axios. Ready for this? Iran-U.S. discussions show progress in the last 24 hours. That's Axios. Next one from Axios. This is all rapid fire. Achieving a ceasefire deal by Trump's 8 p.m. deadline still looks like a long shot. Axios, citing four sources. So contradictory information here in public. Iran talk shows glimmer of progress. I'll post this for you in the Discord, this headline, but just remember that the market is bouncing around on both positive and negative headlines. We're getting whipsawed left and right, up and down, back and forth. Traffic suspended as a precaution on Saudi Bahrain bridge. Can we get there by 3:58? Yeah. I don't feel confident in this squeeze higher here. Like that it'll be taken. Well, no, not no confidence, but let's look at this from another perspective here. Let's look at this for a quick second here. This looks bullish, right? This is SPY. This looks bullish here, right? Come down, slam it down, right? And now we're looking for some kind of a squeeze to the upside. I'm not a fan of that. I will say this to you that there is potential for, like, see this prior high right here? If we're able to take this one right here, something like that, it'd be down for some kind of a trade up there. But again, we're at this resistance. This could easily turn into this right here. So again, we're right back at an inflection point of, are you long down here? Are you long up here? Like, what are you trying to do? Oh my God, I want to chase this so bad. Not me personally. Maybe if you break this prior high, this one right here, I'd be interested in buying whatever that dip is to go higher. Something like this, make a nice big fat A and get up there. Can we get there by 3 o'clock? I don't think so. I'm on this like bear train. I really am. Like, there's just too much material. Too much material, unknown unknowns. Let's go over here really quick. Look at that. On that weekly, it's just begging. There, like, you can kind of see it right here. It's like the market is trying to stay up. There's a reason for this too. We're not done with Iran, so it's not like we're not done with what the outcome is. With the outcome not being done, the thesis is staying here. You can't break out because we haven't had a closure open, right? We're not past the deadline yet to see what the U.S. is going to do to make this trip lower. So you're going to see, like, we're going to see his vol in here, volatility until there's an answer. I should have just backspaced this, or I should have just sent it back to what I had up. I'm drawing it again. It seems like, if I had to guess, it's just looking like being whipsawed. It's like chasing headlines right now, chasing geopolitical headlines. Well, look at all this down here. This is a big "you shall not pass" up here. This is the basis for you to get long right here. You've already taken that one. Sorry for such a messy chart here. Bunch of danger in here. Bad news down there. This is where the dump was up here, right? This door is, you see the door close? I don't want to say it's closing, but let's look at this on an hourly basis. You can see these doors closing above. This is the fuck you line right here. And I want you to pay attention to something closely here. You got, there's the higher low right here. Slammed it down. Got lower low down here. Slam it down. Higher, lower high, higher high right here. And these wicks here, like, see these sellers here, like sell, smash, 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 smash. It's not that it doesn't want to go up. It's that we're kind of range bound in here. Let me see. I'll explain this better. Kind of range bound in here. You definitely don't want to be buying dips down here. This is all danger. Like, hey, let's buy the dip down at the daily. Fuck no. So you're kind of working with, right now we're working within basically here and here for intraday. So right in here and right in here for intraday. So taking along here makes sense. Come up here. What do you do when you go up here? Take the money and run. Just say it. Take the money and run. So we're like working in here from the bottom to the top. Let's take the money and run. Who lives in here? FOMO lives in there, right? We have no news to get us out of here right now, do we? And even if we did, let's say we actually got some news. So you're long from down here. You're exiting up here. So you're approaching. I don't give a fuck what they're doing. I'll come back in to buy a dip. Right? And let's say we did break out up here. Let's say we broke up. Right? We tagged this one, and then we start to try to break out. This is the safer place to take the next level, right? Reasonable, right? Otherwise, you're just like pissing in the wind in here, right? You're like, we're stuck in here right now. So I don't like that there. And I will say this. Like, can we go up here? Does this theoretically do this here? Sure.
Third bids of 3 is total $10.3 billion.
But that's it right there, right? So like what I'm expecting, or if we haven't satisfied this, what you'd expect would be for this to come down and actually tag it. Or maybe even lower. Right about there. Still haven't really hit it, so I'd even be open to this one right here.
So also reminder, Fed's calls was due to speak.
No
text has come through, was to be expected, but there is a Q&A.
There's no reason for us. We've already been told the bad news. It's not that we can't. It's that even if you do, it's so dangerous in here. It's like you're waiting for the dust to settle to come back in. This whole area, this is what happened up here, right? Bye, see you later. Hit the daily trigger, down, 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 blood shank. There could be potentially an argument made here. Potentially that we can hold this. Or if we can hold this, maybe just park here for a decision. But even so, this white line right here for an hourly basis. Now you're kind of just stuck in here, right? Waiting for a decision. This is the end of the day right here. You know, you get the good decision. It's like this. Bad decision like this. If not even lower. I would say on an intraday basis, you're trying to buy these lows. And you're stepping off before we get here. So no trade in here. Even within here, you could see a failure like this, just dragging us in.
But just a reminder,
it's more of this right here.
He's supposed to be speaking to moderate Q&A on the economy and monetary policy.
So even then, it's still like you got down to this. I'm being generous with this. But basically 1, 2, and 3 down there. Looks very plausible if this rejects in here. I'm going to leave this one right down in there. There's just sellers. You're going to expect them down, 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 down. And I'm going to expect them to be right up here again. And at least do this to break out or smash through and come down there. Still bearish here. It doesn't necessarily need to go this deep, but we still have not hit that one right there. And I'll give you the escape potentially once we tag it. There's 652. If we could hold 52.5, that would make me happy too. So you know these sellers are here. You can't take this trade here. Can't take that trade. Something like that. Something like this. Still like the idea of starting the next trade down here somewhere.
It's 10 minutes away now from top of the hour. We get the US 3-year note auction. Prior high yield of 3.579%, prior bid cover of 2.55, with the US looking to sell $58 billion in 3-year notes.
Fade, fade, fade. Man, this is 1600 right here. This is like fade the close in here. And then you're either going to get, in the after hours, you're either going to get Trump saying everything's solved, or it's going to be pure rejection.
A smooth auction based on higher outright yield levels. Latest CFTC positioning data shows speculators were net short 1.5 million 5-year note futures, possible source of current demand.
I don't like this trade in here. I don't like it for a bunch of reasons. Like, even if you hit this one right here, it's still coming down.
Results of attack are under review.
I like the idea of this going up and beating this first and then getting long in here. So I don't even like the trade here. I don't even like the trade. Like, I like the idea. The squeeze has already happened. So you let the FOMO gang Marines do their thing. Then we can pick this up to go higher. Or it becomes a slow fade. And then we're taking that out. The other idea here, too, is this one right here. I'm going to remove this in a minute, but you could theoretically, like, pop this out. But then you're still fading. Take that trade up. Or even this trade up over here. You're still left with... like buying the check back over here. Let's look at this in a 1 minute. Trying to see a way out here because I don't see it. Like I can just draw it like this. So you get the. So let's say you get this pop up here. It ain't gonna matter. So let's say you get this pop right here. I would still think that if you took this out for the way higher, you're still going to be down here for the corrective move. You can see it right here. So here's the prior high right here. So when you take out that first one, right? This is your prior high. Take out the first one. There's still going to be a correction in here. This correction could go all the way down here, believe it or not. So I think this last little bit here is better served just watching than anything. And then try if it goes up here, look for the turn on whatever this corrective move is. And the other thing too is the bigger leg. You see this down here, like drag you down. This is worst case scenario, of course, but Um, even so you like knock this out. You still want to be buying the check back here for the wave 5. So this is 1, 2, whatever that is, 3, or 3, excuse me, would be the bigger one. That's the money one. So you're still waiting for you're waiting for the tip to be taken out here, and then you're waiting for the sharp or sideways correction. It's either going to be sideways or it's going to be a bloodbath down here and then up and away. So I think most of the moves have been made here already. There's maybe one more leg in here, but this is the danger leg. This is the money leg. This is the I'm going to go die on the let's watch it closely together. We'll watch the price action. My thesis on this is that it either fails, we start going down, or my thesis is it pops and it still goes down in here. So in either case, it would in either case, it's going to give you enough information to want to get long or not want to get long. If it fades, then you know we're going down. So don't take the trade. If it pops, it still gives you the clean all, because all this needs cleaned up too. You can see this right here. Like all that needs cleaned up in here, that gap. So even if you pop up here and come down here, I still have the advantage with knowing that we popped up here and took out these sellers. And you got to remember these sellers right here. This is Panic Gang. On that Trump news. So they're right here. This is where the sellers are. They're still here. So I think it's very dangerous up in here. Now there's something else fascinating here too, which is this is 1600. So this is
New York Times.
4 p.m.
Iran accelerate strikes ahead of deadline.
So we can even look at this in time, right? You get the pop up here, and it's for liquidity, right? These sellers are still here. They're going to hedge the fuck out of that. You'd rather at least see this to be buying a dip. And to be honest, I think we can grind down here all day long like it's nobody's business. And then, of course, you know my take on the decision. We should talk about that right now. Okay, so we're going to chat about, and look at this gap down here. Like, I want to draw this down here. But maybe it's later on after the bell. Here, I'll draw this down here. This is 3... It's pretty fucky, I know. This is not easy to trade. I guaranteed this is not easy to trade. Down here in the 330. Clean up all this bullshit nonsense down here. Maybe even take the entire trade. We'll start with this right here. We'll make it really ugly. We'll watch this into the close here together, but I apologize for taking that break. I had to take care of some shit here, but I'll be honest. I mean, I really don't care if we squeeze after the close today. I gotta tell you guys, like, there's real danger here. Like, most of the time, there's like bullshit data, or there's like news used for certain things. Like, hey, we're at an inflection point. Is the bad news bad news? Right? If you're like, there are certain things like inflection point. We're coming down here and the news is good, we bounce. News is bad, we bounce. Bad news is good news, right? News dropping on an inflection point. This is how you come up with bad news is good news and good news is good news. But then there's something called material news. And that's when we're in danger. Doesn't mean we can't Doesn't mean we can't break out from that doom or whatever. And the material news can be positive or negative. If price is coming up here and we hear good news, yeah, we're gonna squeeze balls off. If we come up here and we hear bad news, it's material. It's not bad news is bad news. It's bloodbath down here. So we have material news hitting the market, and
Gonna add together when you should.
normally I'd say the street probably knows more than everybody else. Normally I'd say the street probably, and yet even yesterday there was something said where I was like, they were saying, I guess the negotiations had intermediaries. So I was like, oh, I almost guarantee these two green lines are not our things. This is just points of interest to buy a dip. Normally you'd get normally I would expect, some of you guys know this, some of you guys don't, but like the fall of the USSR, banks had offices in Moscow. Banks were actually buying, like when the fall of the USSR, the state owned all of these major corporations. They gave away stock certificates to the people and said, USSR is collapsing. We're going to give you your stocks, your ownership in this public company. And Russian citizens were like, what am I going to do with that? Our economy is in dog shit. So there was mafia in Russia, and they were buying for pennies these stock certificates. Like, here's a few rubles. Like, here you go. And the mafia was stacking, I kid you not, stacking these stock certificates in these major corporations up in offices, and they were selling them to bankers from the U.S.
Apple plans
That's true.
Around the same time as iPhone 18.
So you had like U.S. interests in Russia as this was going on.
It says now we're in an uncomfortable situation. There's no obvious cookbook for the Fed.
And so you kind of have a little bit of faith. Like the U.S. stock market knows what's going on. How often do we talk about that? Like, you'll hear me say like our banks are like a civilian version of the CIA. Literally. Even if they get it wrong, like your guys like JPM and Wells Fargo, they've been around for a long time. These guys haven't gone bankrupt. And when they have gone bankrupt, they've been saved, right? So you would posit that a bank would attempt to know everything that it possibly can, literally putting human lives at risk in another nation, right? Here, Bob, I want you to go to Moscow and I want you to open an office and I want you to find out what's going on. So Bob's an operative and he's like, I got this, bro. So he gets on a flight, he flies over, or Mary flies over, she's in Moscow, and it's dangerous. You have a country collapsing. You have, you're dealing with mafia, you're dealing with military intelligence officers, you're dealing with military leaders, politicians, an uncertain public. They'll still put people there. That's my point.
And awarding 64 spot.
Now, when you're looking at Iran, it's slightly different. These are people that'll cut your fucking hands off, split your throat, string you from a bridge upside down, do other really nastier things I don't even want to say publicly to you if they catch wind that you're there. So Bob or Mary is like, I don't know, man, if I can do that. So maybe there is a Bob or Mary in Iran that the banks have access to, but they might not be as reliable as Bob or Mary would be. So right now there's a ton of uncertainty, almost guaranteed. Even if you're listening to like the CIA or maybe you have a seat at the table yesterday, like they were saying that other countries were negotiating with Iran, I would expect the banks to have an inside person for those talks, or a person there that's directly from the banks, literally in the fucking room. You can see them sometimes on TV. You'll see the gray, I call them the gray suits. You'll see the gray suits at inaugurations in the Oval Office when they're doing all the handshaking. You'd be like, who are those guys over there? So when I look at Iran right now, I say I don't. I think they probably have an in for information, but it's likely not the most reliable information. It's not what the bank would want if they had their guy there. So just be aware of that as we move forward, and that the market can you can see the uncertainty because the market is reacting to headline risk significantly, like straight down, straight up, straight down, straight up. There's a guy, and it was another guy, more than one guy, but with the sell button just ready to fucking start selling. So you can see the uncertainty inside of the market at the moment. We're trying to make decisions on like, oh my god, I'm gonna make the best trade of my entire life, and I'm gonna be rich. And it's not really how you get rich. So maybe for a moment, I would use caution here. Like, where's the big trade? If I see it, I'll let you know. If I see it, I'll say something to you. That's why we do the show here. But I want to exercise caution with you because
low hiring and low firing is a factor.
This stuff does have material impact in the markets. Is the key. Is that it's not just a, hey, we're on a low, there's some good news or bad news, we don't care. It's an inflection point. This is material news, and I think that you should take it seriously for its impacts. And we don't control what Iran does. Like, we're out here and it's like, hey, we got a deal, spike up, no deal, spike down. We're talking to Iran, spike up. We're not talking to Iran, spike down. And God forbid,
I'm cautious and nervous about
something really bad happens, and it's like straight down to the depths of hell. When they say to you, like, buy war fear, like I think Art Cashin's famous. He was asked one time, what if there's a nuclear war? What do you do? And Cashin said, you buy the dip. That's the only answer. But what they didn't talk about was that more than likely the market was here and it went straight down due to nuclear war. Cashin's perspective, of course, is a nuclear bomb went off, the market goes straight down. What do? You buy that dip. What Cashin's not telling you is you buy the dip, and then when the nuclear war happens, it's going to go vertical. He's saying after. So where we are right now, I don't think a nuclear war is going to happen, but I don't think that you can control or have good enough intelligence, market intelligence on Iran. I think that they can do what they want to do, and you're dealing with a religious fanatic. They don't give a flying fuck about our stock market. They don't give a flying fuck about anything. These are people that are willing to lose their lives for a religious belief. So even in all this excitement, I would say follow your rules, follow the price action, and we're right at an inflection point above here. So this is a place where you don't want to be long. You can even see that people got out here, they got out here, and you're kind of left alone here. So I don't like taking this last leg of the trade up personally. And where we are with geopolitics,
the longer you go inflation, the more
I would recommend to wait on it. Now, saying all that bullshit, spewing all that shit I just spewed, if you really wanted to get long for, I don't know, a Middle East solution, Strait of Hormuz open by tomorrow trade, you could potentially put that trade on now or at the end of the day and let it ride. I would let it ride to zero. I shouldn't say this publicly, but I would let it ride to zero, because if you get whipsaw up and down, then all of a sudden it's resolution, and your thesis is we're going to moon. You're going to make bank. So, but you have to be willing to lose that money, and you can't put faith in that trade. You can't be like, well, I'm doing this because of all this other stuff out there. It doesn't make any sense here. So there's no argument here for that move. We're going to open the Strait tomorrow, and there's going to be a deal reached by close. There's nothing that supports that happening today, nor after the bell, nor at 8 p.m. or later. So if you're going to take that trade, it's a pure gambling trade. And I'm fine with that. I'm okay with like the gambling trade. We're going to do this, and this is going to happen. Or I'm taking the opposite side of the trade because so many people are on the other side of this trade. More than likely, though, we get roped in here. More than likely, after the bell today, if you want my thesis on what happens, no matter where we go up, it's going to get rejected. Unless there's a full capitulation from Iran, where all hedging comes off the market. I think that, like, even if you get the pop up, like Trump says, we reached a deal. You get the pop up, you squeeze up, and then all of a sudden he also bookends that with, oh, and by the way, though, we still send in the special forces and the Navy SEALs, and the strait should be open in 1 month or whatever. Stock market spikes again. 40 tankers, but then 60 in 2 months. But we got to check back down in the month. All of a sudden, that spike comes back down again, and then you're like stuck sideways into like mid-April. We're just like fucking around down here. I kid you not. A couple more spikes up for like early April or mid-April. And then we start escaping in May and June if all of it improves. And I agree with the rear view mirroring on that, but when it comes to like, do we just like squeeze up, run away, all-time highs, never looking back, never going to be a back test, never going to be any of that kind of nonsense. I think outside of like a gambling trade, I'm just going to run a lotto here. That sounds logical to me. And if you're like, well, I'm going to get some zero dates for tomorrow, cap on all this being wrapped up by first thing in the morning, I would say, fuck yeah, do it. If you said to me that the reason was because it's a pure gambling trade, if you were like, well, it's because of this, this, and this, I'd say you're out of your fucking mind. Technicals don't speak to that at this moment. The fundamentals don't speak to it at this moment. So I'd be erring on the side of just waiting, let it squeeze, buy the pullback, or blood it down to the depths of hell, and I can swoop in and not lose any money and buy really cheap. If things start to fucking go insanely negative after tonight. Remember too,
Iran told mediators weapons arsenal nowhere near depleted.
Weapons arsenal nowhere near depleted. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't care. I think they're crazier. Not crazier, but I shouldn't say crazier, but the religious fanatic side of it is the variable. So I would just remain patient. I realize that out there you want to have that like, fuck yeah, I did it. I get it. But that's not the way you make money over time. And if anything, this market is so fucking hedged. The moment this stuff blows off, the fear of this blows off, we oftentimes will print those lows and then we unclench and go higher. So just know that the market is extremely hedged for bad news here. So let's have a little bit of patience in here. Watch this closely. I still have us going down here, just as a note. I don't see this being challenged, except for maybe some liquidity to hedge again into tomorrow. I don't see it as a bullish squeeze. If we get one on the bell, I see it as a liquidity grab. That's it. It sucks too. Like I got to tell you guys, like on the other hand, I really don't want to be like a few times this week I've said to myself, am I being too bearish? I have like introspection. I actually do introspection. I know that no one does it anymore. I know all the fucking PE guys don't do it, but I do. I do introspectiveness where, like, am I being too overly bullish? Am I being overly bearish? Am I falling on the side? Am I being consumed by FOMO or extreme bearishness? But in this case, there are material things that could go wrong quickly. So I don't think that it's unwarranted to feel like that. But and on the other hand, what I just said 2 minutes ago, but on the other hand, in all of this bearishness, I'm like, well, I don't want to be left behind. I don't want to be the guy that didn't call, that we squeezed and it was all wrapped up. he was really bearish, or even just me telling myself that, like, why was you so bearish when we squeezed, or what did you miss? What technically did you miss? That's why I'm here for you, streaming with you. When I try to watch this shit like a hawk, I consume it day and night, day and night, day and night. Not for my own enjoyment. I do it because I don't want you to get fucking destroyed in the market. So just right here, just be patient into this close. I'd like to see this like fade into this 3 p.m. over here. And just cool it off a little bit.
Ted Scoresby says, hopefully the impact from oil will prove temporary.
I gotta like talk bulls down, like take the money, come back, we'll buy it again. Just be cool, man. I think this speaks to the when you have volatility in markets like this, you just wait for the big down move, then you grab it again. Down move, grab it again. Once you're over that resistance, we start buying the dips above it. I think every time we squeeze or blood down, we squeeze up. Oh my God, I want to get long. Dude, I missed the whole move. It's very common to be feeling like that, like you're going to be left behind. And I think in this environment, we're one headline away from a bloodbath.
Gas will affect the supply chain. Also said, outside specific sectors, low hiring rate is not from AI.
God, I hate saying this shit because I fucking feel like such a douche.
About inflation coming back.
It's only uppies. Like that nice little flush middle of the day over here, and we'll see how this plays out. The good news is if we do have the flash dump, you possibly buy that low. It's been working quite well. Rug pull, buy that dip, get out before we get to resistance. What are you guys doing? Yeah, I have I'm on the like watching the price action as we get closer and closer. As I watch the price action, I keep thinking to myself, who's getting annihilated here? Like who's getting fucking destroyed? There's definitely some on the opposite side of these trades, and they're getting fucking cleaned. Their clocks are getting cleaned. So, just sit on your hands. I've already told you. I've been telling you that for days now. Sit on your fucking hands here, and I promise you, you might not catch full move, but you won't give money back to the market. I promise. Please believe me. I'm begging you. I gotta be honest, if you're watching the show and you're not a member, we have members that literally this week came out and said, I'll be back. I'll wait until after. We have a lot of smart traders that are like, just let the dust settle and we'll come back at it. So just be aware of that. Find out what your smartest traders are doing. Ask them what they're doing. I bet it's what I'm saying to you. Just sit in the sidelines, wait for big bloods down, grab them, take them up, get out before. If we come into a resistance point, they're going to be sellers there. You can trade the inter trade if it gets low enough, or if it gets too close to the candle burning your face off. That's where we are. And hope for a drop that you can buy a dip on. God, look at that shit. Oh. Look at that. Look at that fucking. Look at that little red candle right there. Little red candle. We're just floating out in the middle of nowhere. How often do you see this? Just price just hanging out. There ain't a fucking thing out there. It's just like fucking Look at price up there. It's just like fucking around. It's got nothing. It's got no support. It's got no resistance. Just hanging out. Good job, Marmot. Yeah, you just wait for a dump. Rug pull, get down there, route around, get some longs. We don't have any news to drop us. I drew this for you earlier, like when I drew the little thing where I was like below this and above that, and I'm doing the squiggly line. Just buying dips, selling rips, buying dips, selling rips. We have no real news to break down to trade 6,000 yet. We got no real news to break above 6,700, I believe. I don't know where the daily is anymore. 661. So we're just like stuck in the middle. So, and we're in a very volatile moment in the markets with information you can't trust. What's my take on buying puts into the close? Okay, that's a good question. I think I answered it yesterday, but I'll answer it again. I'll say it again. Ready? If you longed the bottom of the markets, there's nothing for you to. How about this? If you're way long time ago, you got nothing to worry about. If you just the first time got long at this major bottom at 632, there's nothing to do. You could buy a hedge if you wanted. To like, you could buy a hedge, but it should be really cheap. Those were cheaper yesterday and the day before. They're getting more expensive right now. You could see yesterday the gamma was being built out even lower.
Says
so maybe like 590 or lower puts as a hedge close, as long as they're dirt cheap. If you are on the sidelines, there is no trade for you here other than the intraday up and down. You'd be better served with just sitting on your money and doing nothing. And even the guy that's long from the bottom of this market probably doesn't need to buy puts if they're too expensive. They could hedge. If we made a new low, you'd get the bounce. You can get out with your longs, and then you'd hedge the more downside. But like buying puts at the close or calls at the close, I don't think is the answer. If anything, I was gonna say sell calls and puts, but more than likely those people will be closing their trade today. Like option sellers likely close a day before Wednesday. I think yesterday in the Discord I posted, I'm surprised Trump didn't make his decision on Wednesday, because we could do is you could get options closing on the natural midweek expiry. I would expect option sellers close at some point today. It allows the market to move more tomorrow, or tonight after the close. So you can't really sell options here. A little bit too late for that as well. I think the trade here for most traders is sit on hands. Don't do anything. Look for a low that you like to get long when you want to get long. And remember, a hedge is not a directional trade. That's the only reason for the hedge for traders today. If you hear a trader saying I'm buying puts to close, their answer should be I'm gambling or I'm protecting my longs. It's the only two answers. There's no directional downside bias right now. The door is not open to 6,000 at the moment. We would need to go much lower, not much lower, but down there to open that door. These things don't happen as quickly as you think. Like, they happen quick, but they don't happen as quickly as you think. And then it brings up a whole bunch of other questions too. Like, a whole bunch of shit ran through my mind because I'm like, let's say we blast down there after the bell, the war expands, we blast down to new low. What is that new low? 620, 625, or 622 and a half. You're going to see buyers down there, and they're going to start accumulating again. The buyer at 630 is a buyer at 6,000, a buyer at 620. So you're basically better to just sit on your hands and go long. The market will turn up. The market's closer to turning up than turning down. It's just a matter of what is the low. So maybe if you're a bull, you're hoping for 6,000, 620, so you can add more to your pile of longs. Yeah, that's the most probable outcome. So I don't like puts in the bell. I don't like puts or calls in the bell. And if there was any bias here, if there was a bias, I don't think there is, but if there was a bias, it's upside from a low. But we're not on a low right now, so if you can get down here somewhere, maybe I'd be down for buying some calls. But don't do anything in here. Don't do a fucking thing. If I see a trade, though, I'll tell you. I'll post it. Like yesterday, I saw a trade. It was the low in the market for that day. It didn't produce well, but like your best shot at the day. Normally, you'll see me come in and say, this is about where it's at." I don't see it here, so I wouldn't fuck with this. There's nothing to fuck with in here. We'll just watch this consolidation. See if there's anywhere to buy a low in here. There's a big gap here that I'd like to see get removed. And you got a reaction down here already. This is where the reaction was. Here's where your second round of buyers are. You're going to expect them to be somewhere in here. So even if you were going to buy a dip, it's probably right there. There's your first buyers. There's your second buyers. Could be an argument made that it's here, but more than I always like to take it back to the smart money. This is smart money. This is dumb money. Dumb money, smart money, if you want to know. Smart money's right here. Dumb money's right here. Halfback trade. Let's just watch it and see what happens. This is where smart money is right here. It's somewhere in here. This is a hard one to read. I would suspect they're right here, smart money. Or no, this is dumb money. It's smart money right here. Somewhere in here. There'll be an argument made that it's over here. This is where dumb money is right here. Dumb money, smart money. Dumb money will win sometimes too, so don't think that they don't win. They can win this. That's still dumb money. And the dumb money's playing fire up here. It's like a lot of risk in here, a lot of risk up here. You do a lot of risk enough and no blend of anything else, and you quickly lose all your money. Dumb money, FOMO gang. This is a new low too. See this? There's your high. So there's your wick. There's been no beat of this high. Even if you're going to take this long, you'd still want that tip. And then you'd take this trade right here. Still no hint of bullishness here. So no. Way is lower unless you see the snap. We can then talk about that trade, but we're not there yet. So the way is lower. No worries, Hodor. I got you, brother. Just be patient, man. Just chill. The VIX still elevated. VIX 9-day is. Let me read through a few of these things here. Remember, you don't buy these green boxes. You're just looking to see what the price action is. You want to mark the prior lower low and the prior lower high off of what you think is the bottom. I'm going to post something for you in the Discord really quick. This is how Goldman is trading this tonight. Close. Got a few things for you here. I'm going to leave you hanging. You have what I had to say about it. So I will post this for everyone in the Discord. I'm not going to read this one in public, but I'll read it with you in the background.
Iran's UN ambassador says UN Secretary General's personal envoy currently en route to Tehran to pursue consultations.
Or just read. This just came up, and what have I harped on the first part of that story there? I've already harped on that, the significance of that. That's a horrible link that I posted for you in there. The last link I gave you. I could have shortened that link. That link was gross. What is that? Oh my god. I shouldn't have posted that filthy ass link in there for you. The link is terrible. It's like market watch trackers. Ugh. Watch this prior high right here. That's a good high. You see it right there. Oh, wait a minute. Those are stops being taken.
Just keep an eye on the S&P 500. Seeing some movement towards the upside here, downside movement on the Dixie. Just a little bit. No other headlines to back up the move, other than the early headline we had that Iran's UN ambassador said UN Secretary General's personal envoy currently en route
4 hour taken out.
to consultations.
We can take this 1 hour out too. Whatever this back test is should be a good buy. Well, there goes the 1 hour.
Again, as just seeing some further movements towards the upside on the S&P 500.
This is what SPY needs to do to stay alive today.
See so far, still looking.
This means SPY lives another day. Does not need to do anything else today.
Again, with the move, it does coincide with that Iran UN ambassador headline to 31 past.
I'd really like to see this one taken out here. Leaves the door open for more upside. Keep an eye on 658.79. Gap above. Iran's UN ambassador making a statement that the UN Secretary General's personal envoy is currently en route to Tehran to pursue consultations. Looks like fucking panic from the West. I just read that. Convoy better take cover. I don't. I see it more as like a. You know how like Trump kept saying, "I'm upset with NATO." Like, why haven't they stepped in? Like, and NATO's like, we're not getting involved, but they have to. They don't have a choice. Like when Trump's saying that, what he's saying is, I don't care. Like, I don't care if we have no oil. You care though. Like, you care. Asia cares. Australia cares. Middle East cares. Like, all of you care. You guys should all be over there opening that straight up. And of course, you know, what's the option? Military action against the U.S. That makes it even more fucky, right? So, the envoy from the UN going to Tehran doesn't shock me at all. That doesn't shock me at all. And I think that's what Trump's like exit strategy is you bring the whole world, the world police come in. We haven't used that term in a while. Like the world police come in, they break it up. It's probably his only out, or you own Iran, one or the other. If the U.S., he was making that commentary last night too. He was like, or yesterday, he was saying, "I'd really like that oil money," because he knows if the UN doesn't step in, that the U.S. owns it. Then the U.S. controls the Strait of Hormuz. He made some comments yesterday too about like Japan didn't do it. It was Japan, North Korea, or South Korea, or something like that. They didn't help. That was his anger, frustration, knowing that they're going to all have to jump in at some point. Or the U.S. does. And if the U.S. does, then the U.S. controls the Gulf. That introduces all kinds of other problems. Like you'll have countries like Saudi Arabia, UAE, they want a hand in this, right? You got to remember that there's like a power vacuum left in Iran, and everyone is going to want a hand in it. Even if they don't say it publicly, behind the scenes, they do. Like Europe would want a hand in that, like who's controlling the Strait of Hormuz. You know that any other nation around Iran would love to control that. You also have the idea behind Shiites and Sunnis, and a lot of these states don't like that Shia like, like, let's cause some trouble, boys. So if they were able to have influence or control over Iran and that power vacuum that the U.S. creates, they'll take it, right? Like the UN envoy going to Iran is probably not good for Iran in their interests. It's more greed. It's horrible to say that, but it's probably true. Like, can you just imagine, like, behind closed doors, like, listen, we can't, I'm Germany, or I'm England or France or whatever. Look, I can't go do this. My people are going to be pissed off. You got to be the bad guy and make it worse enough for me to step in. And then I will intervene. And of course, all they're doing is salivating the entire time, right? If I can be a part of that peace process, let me. And if I can have a hand in it or control the strait or have, some kind of influence over it. Trust me, those guys, they're all greedy. The greed knows no nationality. So, it's just a matter of where can I be greedy? Let's watch this come down. Remember, we got the first high now. Looking to see if we can now take, what we'll do is if we can hold this A right here. Hold this big A right here. This is your poop mountain. Start talking about the next level of poop mountain. There's a nice tag up there. Keep this back in place here. Yeah, I don't think we escape. I think if I'm with you on that, Berlin. Like if they squeeze it up into like the daily trigger or even higher, it still gets sucked back down. I'm with you on that. Russia and China veto UN resolution to reopen Strait of Hormuz. That just dropped. Again, we're back to greed, power over who's making the decisions. There are much larger global forces in here. Who gets to run Iran? I can smell the greed. I know, Captain Magic Dick. I know, I'm with you. Shocker, right? Oh, all these countries want to go to Iran and be a part of the process, and then you see other countries going, no, 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 no. I can go there and do it. Yesterday, like Russia and China were offering to intervene. We can do the negotiations. The more power we have around, the better. The UN wants to step in. No, 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 no. We don't want to step in. We don't want to step in that mess. Yeah, it makes you wonder, like, who's picking you up when you fall down. Is the guy picking me up because he has my best interests at heart, or is he trying to get something from it? Let's watch this right here. No, we did take out the daily. This is all the bulls needed to do. We don't need to go anywhere today. There is some gaps left behind above if you want to take that trade. If this holds up and starts putting in new highs. Five-minute trigger is coming up into the half an hour and hourly trigger right now. God fucking Putin. Ruthless motherfucker. I saw him play hockey a few years ago. 2 years ago. I was shocked that he played hockey as well as he did for his age. And they were letting him score goals and shit. He was doing like hat tricks and stuff. People were just falling down as he's playing, but it doesn't matter. I was impressed that he was even able to get out on the fucking ice. How old is that guy? He's 70 fucking 3. He was on a ice rink just at least, it wasn't even more than a couple of years ago. Not bad for a 70 fucking year old man. Madagascar just declared a state of emergency over the energy crisis due to the U.S.-Israeli war in Iran. I think Philippines might have declared one yesterday. Let me go back to reading that story if you want to read it with me. I'm on the glass half empty part. Mm. On net, Pravorsky is broadly neutral here. I stand with Pravorsky on that. Says, I suppose my modal view is another kick tonight. I should be leaning a bit long, but this feels like guessing. Yeah, that's how I feel. Like there's no edge here.
Just getting reports here from the UK. A UK warship HMS Dragon has been forced to withdraw in order to be repaired at port after experiencing issues with its freshwater supplies. So the withdrawal, reported by the Mail, says HMS Dragon had been deployed to the Middle East to help defend RAF Akrotiri during the Iran conflict.
Let's check this prior high up here. I'm broadly in line with what Pravorsky is saying in this article. Hang tight, guys. I'm with Pravorsky here. Just don't do anything. Don't do a goddamn thing.
Fed Scoresby in his radio interview says it can be contentious around Fed policy setting table.
It's a nice 4-hour candle on the morning hours.
We have put out the article from Daily Mail on the feed for you to read through. Again, UK warship HMS Dragon has been forced to withdraw in order to be repaired at a port after being deployed to the Middle East due to...
So it did get hit a couple days ago. There was whispers that Dragon got hit. They kind of hushed it up. Boy, that 4-hour candle from this morning looks good. It got all bought up. Still leaves the sweep lower into the 50s, but I mean that candle is open down there to 50, but $6.46 actually. Just note here that the bottom right now is like 646.33. It's lower than where I'm telling you it's right here. It's actually lower now. It's right in here.
Kuwait urges people to avoid going out Tuesday.
Just be warned.
Midnight.
It's not.
Wednesday,
I'm
6
not
a.m.
bearish on it, but
Again, Kuwait urges people to avoid
just
trading
note that this
Tuesday,
whole zone is now
Wednesday,
open
6 a.m. local
to
time.
trade. That is a nice 4-hour candle, though. Keep an eye on the 4-hour candle on SPY. We're trading above currently 650, 688. Now, this is like the basis here for the bulls. If they can hold 650, 686, 655, 82. So I can see now why this wants to squeeze. This is like the basis for the bulls. I said this was FOMO, but it's like basis for bulls leading into the close here too. If you keep an eye on the first two 4-hour candles, I can see why it's being made to base out here. They're trying to create a base here. Trying to base this out. There is supply above on VIX 9-day, but if we break above $32 on VIX 9-day, it'll explode to the upside. There's no real edge in VIX right now. Let's do an end of the day. Let's do a no, not quite. It's 2 p.m. Let's wait until the end of the day to give an outlook. Mm. I'm going to take a quick break here. It's 2 p.m. At 2:30, we'll build a case for tomorrow. We'll start this work at. I want to do it at 2, but I think it might be too early. And I still see that it's so fucky like. Come on here. It's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. That doesn't seem too bad. Just looking for like Tuesday, we did take out the Monday high here this morning. So we need to take that high out on Tuesday. I have to hold this right here. And that one held there. That one held there. Oh, I still see this coming back down.
Anthropic partners announcing Project Glasswing. Project Glasswing powered by Claude Mythos Preview.
Where's the Friday?
Use Mythos Preview for defensive security work. So it also says in ongoing discussion with US government officials about Claude Mythos Preview and its offensive and defensive cybersecurity capabilities. Anthropic lets Apple and Amazon test more powerful Mythos and AI model.
Or getting range expansion. This is Thursday, Friday. Thursday, Friday up here. And the thing about that outcome from Rich is like, that's the bullish outcome, but you know what the bearish outcome is, right? It ain't pretty. Well, it's not that it isn't pretty; it's that cave down here. Yeah, that like caving down to like 646, and then we don't know if we're gonna sweep the lows on 28. There's still buyers down there, but I'm gonna take a quick break. Be right back.
Pakistan's foreign minister, Dar, addressing Senate of the Middle East, said that the US and Iran were near negotiating table. Recent developments dealt setback to peace efforts. PIMCO weighing $14 billion debt deal for Oracle data center. It's announcing dated Brent oil price hits a record of $144.42 a barrel. It's again dated Brent oil price. Washington Post, citing U.S. official, says Defense Secretary Hegseth is not telling Trump the truth, which is why Trump is repeating misinformation. NYMEX WTI crude May futures settle at $112.95 a barrel, up 54 cents or 0.48%. NYMEX natural gas May futures settle at around $2.87. Diesel May futures settle at around $4.47 a gallon. Gasoline May futures settle at around $3.30 a gallon.
What's going on with this thing? Why is this thing rolling so much? Tighter. Yeah, like that. I like it tight like that. Can I get a flush? Give me a flush. Go ahead, you can get down there. Just flush it for me. Give me like a bad headline. Just fucking shank it down here. Right there for me. It's not good enough right here. I know you want to stay up there to build a mountain of shit, but just how about a like pain flush? I mean, like a bad headline flush, just like a quick take all their stops kind of flush. Not bearish, just take all their shit. Hodor. What the fuck is? I gotta change these. This goddamn desk. I have 2 desks now together, so I can stand up. Just give it a quick flush. Just go flush.
Iran's first Vice President Arif, in response to threats against Iranian infrastructure, says the government is ready for all scenarios.
No plunge protection team here. Just quick flush. Well, yeah, I want plunge protection team, but I want it like right here. Coming in at 2:30 now. Okay, I think we can maybe start. I want to give it a little bit more time here, but man, the reason I'm waiting, the reason I'm trying to buy you guys out is, or buy you out of time here is because I'm waiting. Let me just show you what I'm waiting for. Where is this one right here? Can I move this over here maybe? I'm just trying to buy some time here before I put an outlook. I just want to see where this winds up here. There's kind of like this here going on and this here going on, and we're kind of trapped in the middle of it. And I want to see if we go down here into the close. Maybe that dip buy is down there. We're kind of like holding on for our breath right here. But this is good. This is a great candle right here for the bulls. You see that? Yeah, you can see that. This is a great candle right here for the bulls. A 4-hour candle. It's beautiful. The only question I have here is like this closing bell. Do we stay above? Fuck is that? How do I make that thing thinner? It'd be nice to like take a long from down here, but like a little bit lower. But I don't want to be underneath this either. Because if we're underneath there, we're gonna blood and this we're gonna get shanked in like 6:15. Well, the screen's back on again. I'm just watching this 4-hour candle here. This 4-hour candle's funky. Not quite funky, but I'm just waiting, making sure there's no flush here in this close. Maybe I can draw it in anyways. I can draw that in. Hang tighter. Watch out for a flush to the downside here. Let me give an outlook for so I gotta go back and draw this shit all again. I don't want to draw this stuff again. Oh, I'm missing the ones that are up here too. I guess we got to do it again. Okay, we'll do it one more time. Okay. I thought I could just delete a couple things, and we can't. Nope. Let's go down here and do this together. Oh, dude, what is with this fucking thing? Go in the fucking trash with that stupid shit. It's like everything's fucking anticipating. Yeah, we don't need to do shit here today. We've already hit that daily.
Iran media publishes warnings to residents and citizens crossing a number of bridges and roads in Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Bahrain. Also, Iranian media says these areas will be declared closed military zones from 11 p.m. Tehran time until further notice.
We just need to stay above that. This is the catch down here. It's going to be the official expectations into the close. That's all we have to do there.
IMF's managing director Geopolitical says the IMF is going to cut global growth forecast on the Iran war. Says the world is ill-equipped for another shock after COVID. Inflation is priority amid war supply shock. So IMF's managing director Georgieva speaking in an interview in Washington.
$1,600. Wednesday, 9 a.m. Wednesday at 12. And that fucker right there. And the bigger thing is smash. Nope. This is all corrective here. This is all trying to take this out here. This is one move. $665. Right there. Hourly triggers right here.
Iran's Tasnim citing military source as saying that Iran will add oil facilities of Aramco and Saudi's Yanbu and UAE's Fujairah pipeline to its targets if Trump attacks the nation's power plants.
The count matches. Put this back up for you here.
So a reminder at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, we're expecting US consumer credit forecast 10.25 billion, prior 8.05 billion. According to Iran's Tasnim, Iran says the government has finalized measures for all scenarios. Brent crude futures settle at around $109.27 a barrel, down 50 cents or 0.46%.
A little bit of bleeding going on here. Coming down into, I believe this is dumb money over here, and this is smart money in here. I guess careening to the downside now. No chance to buy this dip. No new high shown. We have oops, sorry about this. Let me take my sorry. I didn't know my camera was covered. A few things here. Sorry, I was just going through some things. I put an official expectation in the Discord because I know that a lot of people are biting at the bit. I gave some thoughts on it as well. For my thoughts on if you were going to execute that plan. I think the end of the day would probably be best. IMF's managing director, George Giva, quote, the IMF to cut global growth forecasts on Iran war. Let me go a little bit lower here. It doesn't say what. Hold on a second here. Iran media publishes a warning to residents and citizens crossing a number of bridges and roads in Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Bahrain. After that, it says these areas will be declared military zones from 11 p.m. Tehran time until further notice. Not good headlines. Remember, as we're getting these bad headlines and we go down to the bottom, you can likely buy that dip for another good headline. IMF's managing director, George Giva, the world is ill-equipped for another shock after COVID. Another negative headline. Then we have Iran will add oil facilities of Aramco and Saudi Arabia's Yanbu and UAE's Fujairah pipeline to its targets if Trump attacks the country's power plants. So again, we're dealing with a a fundamentalist regime that there you go, get on down there and touch it, take them out. Hold on, I gotta go over and do a flush meme in the Pro Trader because earlier I said we need to flush it. so listen closely here, okay? So where's my flushing thing? Didn't I have flushing up there? You go, flusher. There you go. So oh god, look at that pain there. Oh. Oh god. You gotta love it, right? There's the new high. We just beat the last side. Let's try leg 3. Sent to the fucking woodshed. So let's get back on track here. So those are some pretty negative headlines. If you read the white paper and not the white paper and the article that I posted in the market chat earlier, Rich Pavorsky said, this is really good trading from up and down, right? Like up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. And you just wait for the doom. Here goes some doom. Then you squeeze it all the way up. Then you get out and step off. Now, these are some pretty bad headlines here. Iran's government has finalized measures for all scenarios. A new bad headline. You can see the panic in the White House. You can see the panic from the UN. You can see the panic. You know, it's the point here is that it's almost like the world police want to come in and intervene, right? And Iran is like, not so fast. Or maybe so fast if you're on my side. Now, what that would look like would be, let's pull this back for you.
Reminder at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, expecting US consumer credit forecast 10.25 billion, prior 8.05 billion.
Now, the U.S. is like using the rest of the world to bring Iran to heel. So it's kind of like I'm in a fist fight with a guy, and the guy is at a point where there's no more street fighting. It's like, I'm going to claw your eyes out. I'm going to cut your throat. I'm going to do something I would regret later. So I bring in your friend, and I say, hey, come on over here, man. Help your guy out over here. I keep punching him in the head. He keeps going down, and now he's resorting to really crazy shit. And we don't know if the guy that's resorting to really crazy shit is going to listen to his friend. But you, of course, and they're in the fight with this fundamentalist who thinks he's going to win, and you don't know what that guy's reaction is going to be. You don't know if he's going to accept the help of his friend. The friend's like, I ain't getting in there. And you're like, yeah, you are. He's going to be dead if you don't. So you're like telling the guy to step in there and talk to him. So then you also have greed playing in all this too. So you got a bunch of different other casts of characters like Russia and China and how they're reacting to it. The friend of Iran, which would be the UN, NATO, surrounding nations, some are friends and some are greedy. Some just can't say things publicly or do things publicly unless the time is right. So you can intervene, right? If Trump comes out at the end of the day and says something crazy in the overnight. Now, the thought here would be that the U.S. could maybe buy some time, and you have on the one hand the U.S. saying, "Fuck no, we're going all in, balls deep, we're going to destroy everything." Iran freaks out, and the market just fucking craters. And I think that's a real possibility in this situation. And I think that if that guy you're fighting doesn't listen to his friends or people coming to their aid, they can just hold out. And you can't put that past Iran. If there's anyone you can't put it past, probably Iran. And, you know, I don't put it past the U.S. either, for that matter. The U.S. is the same kind of people. I get it. The U.S. government does not. They will attempt to get back to have a way out, but if they don't get it, they will fight to the end. They will take it there. And we've seen that in history many times.
Lower than the forecast, the 10.25 billion.
So, this outlook that I posted for you inside the Discord, I think you pound it down as best as you can get it between now and the close. And the reason I'm saying that to you is because you have this little bit of risk off stuff here. You have everyone's hedging for owning longs. You could get doom even after the bell. So even if you're going to buy it, maybe it's like 4:14 p.m. If you're going to buy it and you're like, hey, we're going to squeeze or whatever, I would be like trying to buy like the last minute. Because we could get run down into that close, and you might even see it dive after 4:14, like 4:15, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 8 o'clock. You can see the market just start diving, but recover by the time we get into cash tomorrow, if we get some kind of good news. The one warning that I have for you is you do not need to fucking live and die by the sword of an 8 p.m. announcement by Trump. You can trade the reaction. You can sell the high. You can buy the low. You can buy the backtest on good news for just like a day of glory. If you really, 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 really like, I got to get this, the number is right over there. It's right here. You want to go like as deep as you can get it before the close if possible. As deep as you can get it. Like if you're gonna take the risk on a true gamble, and you hate losing money, you wait until it fucking gets shanked. Whether Trump does it or if you can catch it here between now and the close, if we can bleed that deeply into the bell, then it could make sense. I'd feel better if I lost the trade by knowing I got the best price in the trade. We're parked here right now. This could be the bottom. This is where the smart money is right here. Smart money is right here. This I think this zone here is the basis of the next run up for bulls. But I would love to see the bleed. I'll be honest with you guys. Just like time market, like 0.03 delta. The usual. Well, I was looking earlier at 666C when we're at the high. When we were right here, I was looking for 660C for Friday, just what the price was. And I was like, God damn, that's expensive. I think they were like $3.60. They might have been $6. I'm not sure. They were really expensive. Maybe they're $3.50 at that time. Let me go look. I was like $3.60 for 2 days to go up 70 points. I'm like, that sounds like a lot of volatility still. You could be right directionally, and those fucking calls would be worth like fucking 666C on Friday could be worth 20 cents and still hit 660. So the market, the call options are becoming juiced. They're becoming a little too rich. So we're looking at deltas on calls, and I'm like, yeah, I'd like to get a 30 delta call a little bit lower. Like, what becomes a 30 delta call down here? Let's see what a 30 delta is on the low. So it just seems a little juicy to me, and what it's telling me is that there's more vol ahead. So if we get the vol, if we can catch that vol in today, and burn those calls down a little bit, cool them off. Maybe 666C, but some way down here kind of a thing. And I don't even think you hold them. I think you hold them just for the squeeze. The moment you get out, you just get out of the fucking squeeze. And we'll see. We'll see if we can get down there. I'll post the trade in it for you. It's end of the day. This is end of the day over here. We're not even at the end of the day yet. We're just kind of just chill out. See if we can get like a little more doom. A little more, oh my God, I need to protect my shit. And then we step in somewhere in there. It's patience. Patience, patience, patience. Sorry. We're fucking around in the Discord pro channel right now. Oh God. We're so fucking I'm reading through the let it all hang out, Spoos. You can do it. Unzip that, and yeah, unzip the pants, dude. Pop the buttons. Take the suspenders off, dude. Just relax, chill. Just drift to the downside. It's okay. We'll buy you again. And we're waiting down there, man. I'm waiting for you, dude. Just let it all hang out, dude. So I don't care about smart money, dude. Just let it all hang out. Just a quick spike down. Give me some more bad news. Hit the tape with something dirty. I'll wait for the Axios pump down there. There you go. There you go. Lose it a little bit more. Good. You can do it. A little bit more. Come on down. It's okay, bro. You should be scared, Spoos, into the close here. I promise you this demand. It's just lower. We're down here, I promise. Rug pull. Just kidding. I'm sure those people right there think we're going up from right there, bro. Oh, there it is. Wait a minute. We got another headline.
To a Iranian official citing sources that exchange of messages with the US via mediators is still going on and gives no further detail. So again, Iranian officials say that
I
exchange
wish I had money so I could just start pumping the market.
mediators is still going on, but gives no further detail.
How much is it going to cost me to just, I want you to post. Do you guys remember when the Pentagon was on fire, but it wasn't? Yeah, I could just go out there and fuck around like SoftBank or something. Just be like, throw a headline out there that, I don't know how to say it. Wheat. Wheat. I bought the dip. I'm going to release a news statement from Axios saying that everything is okay. We're sitting on the hourly trigger on SPX right now. I would love to see one more fucking. We're sitting on the hourly trigger on SPX. I'd love to see one more fucking dive in here. Just cough up the entire day to the downside. Right down there. Cough all that shit up down there. I don't know if we can get down there. It's so deep. This is like the basis for SPX right here. SPY. Friday. Go back and look at those calls, see if they're any cheaper. No, they're still expensive as fuck. They've come down $1. Would be fucking dope if they were $1.50. Let's watch this closely here. If we came down here, then fucking those calls would be $1 goddamn 50. And that's way reasonable. I'm a greedy fuck. Well, what did I just do? Hang tighter, guys. Gotta make a call.
Pakistan Prime Minister Sharif says request President Trump to extend Iran deadline for 2 weeks. So here coming from Pakistan's Prime Minister Sharif saying request President Trump to extend Iran deadline for 2 weeks, seeing weakness in the US dollar and strength in the S&P 500. Headline seems a weakness in WTI crude. Again, saying a request President Trump from Pakistan Prime Minister Sharif to extend Iran deadline for 2 weeks.
Sarah is placing a trade here.
Pakistan's Prime Minister Sharif says request Iranian brothers to open Strait of Hormuz for a corresponding period of 2 weeks as a goodwill gesture.
Holy shit. I think I'm going to time that perfect.
Urge all warring parties to observe a ceasefire everywhere for 2 weeks to allow diplomacy to achieve conclusive termination of Iran war. So just to remind you,
I'm in from like right here.
Between the two sides. So explain a bit of a reason why we're seeing a bit of a reaction in the markets post these comments.
That's where I'm in right there. Oh yeah.
So seeing continuous weakness in the dollar and strength in the S&P 500, as well as continuous weakness in WTI crude off the back of these headlines from the Pakistani Prime Minister.
What time was that at? Oh, where's doggone it? I just called him like fucking that. Called him at 3:14, 3:15. I called him right here. Come on, doggone it. Where the fuck you at? Right there. I'm actually in the lower. Getting reports of a ceasefire. I spelled that wrong.
The S&P, the S&P 500 and Nasdaq 100 quickly paired declines.
Altered. How about altered? Alerted. Stay on that trade.
Treasuries rally after Pakistan urges US-Iran ceasefire.
Oh my God. Captain Magic Dick, are you serious? Are you fucking killing? Are you fucking serious? That fucking blows. I was looking at the 666 for Friday, and then I was like, well, fuck it. We'll just do cheaper price, and we can get out before we ever have to sell them anyways. I was like, it's less cheaper entry. We have to exit the 666 for Friday tomorrow anyways, so it ain't gonna fucking matter. Might as well just pay less. Holy shit. Gorduff just took 15 cents to $1.45. You fucking gangster. He did zeros or something. He did 0 dates on the trade. Oh, fuck yeah. Good job, doggone it. Fucking right. Ugh. I didn't sell this rip. I'm staying in. Well, okay, so Pakistan PM Sharif requests Trump to extend Iran deadline for 2 weeks. Pakistan Sharif going public requesting that. Requests Trump to extend Iran deadline for 2 weeks. I bet you the U.S. requested you say that. Pakistan PM Sharif requests Iranian brothers to open Strait of Hormuz for corresponding period of 2 weeks as goodwill gesture. Goes on to urge all warring parties to observe a ceasefire everywhere for 2 weeks to allow diplomacy to achieve a conclusive termination of Iran war. I wonder who put the Pakistan PM up to that.
Brent oil prices fall in post-settlement trading to below $109 a barrel.
CL puts time. I'll take a look.
According to the Interior Ministry, sirens sounded in Bahrain.
I mean, can you sell futures on it? This is what I've got for CL right here. You want to see what I got for CL? Who's asking that? Captain Magic Dick? We'll go there right now. This is what I drew out for you the other day. If you want to see it. If you guys remember, I drew this for you just the other day. Not bad, right? I said we're a dotted line here, up right here, but then I've got us rolling in here. So you've already hit the target here. See, straight line, dot, 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 dot. See the dot right there? And then I've got us going up. And I've got that as being top. And then I've got us rolling down into trend. So go higher. Yeah, you can probably put puts here. Watch out for one little pop higher and then the roll. You might catch one more high up here. Do you see that, Captain Magic Dick? Cool. The one thing you might catch is like one more tick in the overnight. Can you sell futures on CL? I didn't think you could. That's not bad. Yeah, we used to make jokes back in the day that if you like tried to sell oil futures, like they would shut you down before, like they had like tighter rules on it. Because they don't want you to take delivery. We used to make jokes about taking delivery of a fucking tanker full of oil. I got 40 acres out back. I had to take delivery of oil today. This was during COVID. Because you know you got to take delivery, like you have to, theoretically. If you don't have the cash to buy it, and sell it, you got to like do the work to sell it, which they don't think you can. So I bet you some brokers don't let you sell CL futures. If I had to guess, even future like you're not taking delivery on SPX, but I could be wrong on that. But that's what I think. I wonder if does Robinhood allow you to sell CL futures? I'd be fascinated to know if they do. Yeah, I'm holding till tomorrow. I'm long, dude. I'll only add on a low down here. I'll only add down here. Just stay long here. Do not sell. Stay right. If you wanted to add, you could here, but I'm staying long here. Yeah, you hold them in tomorrow. I think that's the cheapest way to. I think that's like the maximalist cheapest way to catch that run. The only issue I see in it is that you need another buyer on the other end of it at some point. So you're gonna have to like wait for the kick on the open tomorrow. You need like the OI to kick in. If we go up, you're gonna need like diamond hand the open tomorrow. Get the OI kick on the open. I'll call you later about it. And you probably don't want to own them for. There's a few ways to look at this. Like you could sell the open, take the money, and then if there's a dip on the open, you'd buy them again, run them up again, and then sell out before we actually wind up there. There's a couple, 2 or 3 different ways to manage the trade. It all depends on where we open. But for where we are right now, just that wherever you bought, just stay in that trade. Where you are, you want to either be. You could add to the position here or right here. Take a poison, doesn't matter. If I had to guess, Sharif was put up to this by Trump in the U.S., and that looks like a taco time to me. That one specifically, it cut the wire. It's still up there. I would suspect that Trump comes out tonight and says, you know, I'll listen to Sharif and give the 2 weeks, but at the same time, we're going to take out this, and this, but not this, and that. Maybe might even call for peacekeepers. That wouldn't shock me either. I'll do that if they open the strait. Something like that. Some kind of nonsense like this. I'll do what Sharif says, but you have to reopen the strait. You buy 2 weeks, the strait's open. Seems like they're dangling another out here. Do not. The one person I wouldn't discount is Pakistan too. Pakistan's like, if you think Saudi Arabia is badass, Pakistan's badder than them. If you had like a leader of the Muslim world in terms of power, it's probably Pakistan. I know Saudi likes to claim that they're the power for the Muslims, but it's Pakistan. Pakistan's probably our. If you had like peers to the U.S., it's probably China, then Pakistan. I know that sounds shocking, and then Russia. Probably the greatest threat to the United States hegemony is Pakistan. Even if we don't see it today, it's probably Pakistan. If there was a direct threat to the U.S. hegemony in the world, it's probably Pakistan. I know a lot of people wouldn't agree with that, but they're the premier representative of the Middle East, in my view. I think it would go 1 U.S., 2 China, 3 Pakistan, 4 maybe Russia, but maybe. They would think they're higher than that, but they're not. Didn't say that. Russians out there want to kill me. Pakistan's dangerous. Pakistan's nuclear country. They have a lot of believers. If you wanted like a leader of the Muslim world, it's probably Pakistan. Highly educated, and they're another behind the door. They're kind of like Iran in some ways too. I mean, I understand why they have to do what they do. They have their own shit they got to deal with the Muslim world, but if Sharif said that, then I would assume fairly good assumption that he wouldn't go public on that unless he had already conferred with United States. And most definitely the U.S. was like, yeah, go out there and do it, man. Offer him this, offer him that, and see what you can get. That's probably the biggest olive branch you could get, too. If there was like an olive branch from your quasi-allies, if I was Iran, it'd probably be the only country that I would listen to. Or that could protect me, I guess, like theoretically at least. They do have the power to protect Iran to an extent. Whether they were to do that or not is not the question. It's just a matter of the person that's standing up for you. When I look at China and Russia, I see greed. If I was Iran and I had to choose between Russia and China, I'd pick Pakistan all day long as my partner. That was a wicked fucking squeeze right there. Okay, so one other thing into the end of the close here today. I will stream at 8 p.m. I'll be here. I'll put the stream up at 7:30. Let me post this in the Discord. And I will stream at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If things go ugly. I'm not streaming if things go good. If we start mooning and shit, I'm not streaming. Uh, but if things go ugly, if we get a big red bar down or something like that, I will stream. If you're out there and you're like, oh my god, my shit's on fire, I'll put the stream up at 8. I don't hear about Presser at 8 p.m. I'm assuming he does this through Truth Social, but he might come out and do like a speech or something like he did the last time. No press, no nothing. Remember, if you're taking any longs, you have to be able to lose all your money. Don't be like, I blew up my account trading on this one trade. Don't do it. There's no need to. There's easier trading. Oh, fuck yeah. I don't think they will, Tippy. I think I think the fact that this comes from Sharif is the only way that could happen. I think if there's only, in my view, like you guys have heard me talk about Pakistan in the past, like, they're probably the only nation in the world that can stop Western. They could potentially stop Western aggression to the Muslim world. It would be Pakistan. They're probably the only person I would trust if I was Iran. I wouldn't trust anyone else. It's the only nation I would trust. And I don't think the Muslim world would allow anything to happen to Iran if Pakistan threw them under a bus. I don't think that would happen. It's like a cousin of my cousin of my cousin. So I think that's a real headline. I don't think that's a bullshit headline. Now, do they accept? I don't know. I think if there's a chance, they're probably the only country that could make that happen or facilitate that. Where you can tell, just like you can tell, someone just declared a state of an emergency. A country did. The world's panicking right now. That if like the strait is held hostage indefinitely, doesn't mean never, but just the indefiniteness of it will send the world into a recession. So there has to be like a cooler head that prevails. We probably have bigger fish to fry if they can't get it done. Probably last chance would be Pakistan. I think this is a taco. Yeah, I think it's I think it's at least Trump attempting a taco right now. I think when you call in Pakistan, it's like a taco time. VIX 9 days got supply at 29. VIX 9 day hit 29.86. There was supply above at 30.70 and 31.88. You good? You want me to stream at 8 o'clock? You want to see the world burn? I'm still an eternal optimist. Like some of you guys want to see the world burn. Some of you guys want recession. Some of you guys are like, I want to see the world collapse. That's probably the most reputable. If there was like a reputable corner man for Iran, it's probably Pakistan. One that I would trust if I was Iranian. Probably the only people I would trust. If I was Iranian, I'd be looking at the fucking Western world and be like, fuck all of you. In the East, fuck all of you guys. I want the Middle East. So who's the toughest guy in the Middle East? Pakistan. All day long. Pakistan will fuck some shit up. I'll tell you guys. But Pakistan, don't fuck with them. Not to be fucked with. Mojo King, we're not blowing it right off the map. I still don't think the risk leaves the market on Iran telling Pakistan to fuck off. If that's your question, if that's what you mean, like they can still do that.
Israeli military says situation assessment shows possibility of increased fire towards Israel may occur in the coming hours.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got a short. I got one for you, brother. This is probably the most legit. Like whenever I hear like Axios, I don't give it too much credence. I think that's some. If I had to guess, Axios is like a either has an insider or is bought and paid for by the White House. It's definitely a psyop of some kind. This seems like the most legitimate. Like if I was Iran, I would be like, oh, fuck the UN, fuck NATO. They haven't helped me at all. I don't think they have too many friends left. If they had a friend you could trust, it's probably Pakistan. They're nuclear power. They're a Muslim nation. It's that simple. You just keep it that fucking simple. Top line it. It's that fucking simple. Otherwise, what does Iran have left at its disposal? Destruction, right? So, and I think that's real. But notice how Sharif said you have to open the Strait of Hormuz if we do this ceasefire for 2 weeks. I think that's the overriding thing. We harped on it yesterday, or I harped on it with you yesterday, and I harped on it a little bit today. Pravorsky mentioned it today in a note right after I re-highlighted it, which is the indefiniteness. We're not even talking the Houthis yet. We're not even talking about the Houthis or anybody else right now. The indefiniteness of the strait being closed, it begins to get ugly as fuck. So, I mean, really ugly. And it at some point, that closure will draw out peacekeepers or a coalition to take out Iran. There comes a point where, how do I describe this? Airplane, great comedy, right? They had a great skit where they were slapping the nun or something, locked into the chair or whatever. There does come a moment in this stuff where you're on the plane and you're all going to crash, and you strap that guy down with duct tape, even if it's your own brother, and say, "What are you doing? We're going to intervene now. We tried to calm you down. I tried to calm you down. The guys over there did. The guy over there wanted to kill you over there, and at some point you're going to take us all with you. So we're not going to allow that to happen."
And a response will come.
Will Iran fall for the trap? I don't think it's a trap. I think it's they feel trapped. How about rephrase it maybe? Will Iran feel less trapped with it coming from Sharif? I think that's the bigger question then. I don't think Pakistan was trying to trap Iran. I don't for a minute. But it buys 2 weeks, doesn't it? You get the Strait of Hormuz open. Oh, there we go. You still long in there, fucking doggone it? You still long, doggone it?
So again, a senior Iranian official saying Tehran is positively reviewing Pakistan's request for a 2-week ceasefire. Seen some weakness in the dollar and
long, motherfucker. Are you still long? Woo, there's another one. Whee! Close the gap above. Close the gap right up here. Close the gap. We just need to get some OI. We need an OI kick. We need every Tom, Dick, and Harry to go long so we can sell into them. We need to sell expensive calls to them. Yeah, Saudi Arabia gets a say. I think I think definitely. That's a good question, Yuri. I think when you get Pakistan involved, yeah, like there'll still be people that are greedy and want to say yes, yes, they will. I'm talking about fucking Iran. Like, who do they trust? Do they trust Saudi Arabia or do they trust Pakistan? I'd trust Saudi Arabia or Pakistan all day long over Saudi Arabia. They ain't got nukes.
In WTI crude.
Pakistan's got the you fuck around, you find out from me, you know?
Iran positively reviewing Pakistan's request for a 2-week ceasefire.
The Pravorsky comment, Dr. CS, is hilarious too. Oh, wait a minute. Everybody's here. Trader Podcast is here right now. Vol Wiz is here. Did Daddy just call the bottom? Everybody's in the house right now, huh? I see everybody in the Discord right now. Trader Podcast, what's going on, my brother? Good to see you. Vol Wiz, good to see you too.
Close imbalance. The Nasdaq 100 pairs declined to 0.2%.
All the heavies are here right now. All kinds of heavies are here right now. Pavorsky still is right. He's still Theta Gang. The question becomes if you pop above 663, I think. 663 and 666. If you look at the chart that I posted earlier, this is Pavorsky, I think. I don't know where it's at here. Hold on.
10 seconds.
Shit, what did I just do? I just fucked everything up. God damn it.
S&P 500 buy side 763 million. Nasdaq 100.
I just fucked up my computer.
Million. Dow 30 buy side 296 million. Mag 7 buy side 408 million.
You got auto sold up there? That sucks. Were you on futures or what were you on, SPX? Senior Iranian official, Iran positively reviewing Pakistan's request for a Hold on here. For some reason, I'm not getting a connection on this. It also says here that Trump will respond to the request. Hey, shocker. That's why we're here all day long, right? Sorry that it was keyed out there. What's up, Super Gal? I don't even want to look at my options right now. I'm afraid to click on them. I can kind of see it in the window here in the tab. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right, I'm going to stop looking. Oh, my God. We rich. Keep going up. Keep going up. This might be like a 10 bagger. I should have done 0 dates instead of 1 dates. I need the kick. I need the OI kick. I need the fucking Bulls to like buy the open tomorrow if this pops. I need them to want everything, buy it all. That's what I want. Buy everything. That's what I need. I need that. Where's the? What's his? I need the Warren Buffett meme of buy everything. Yeah, there's some juice right there. That's pretty good still. Oh, God, look at that fucking bar right there. Fuck yeah. Keep on pumping. That's why the stream's important, doggone it. That's why we fucking sit here all day long. In case something changes, bro. And where do you enter? Like, do you want that exact tick? Options business is all about taking all your money, so you got to be exactly Johnny on the spot at the exact right time. Watch me be wrong, and he says no to it, and it crashes in the overnight, and take my money and run. We're diamond handing. What we need is, if we go up, we need on the open, we need a bunch of demand. We need everybody wanting calls. That guy, it is. Why? It's going to be exactly when. Well, you never know, man. Like, shit goes wrong all the time. Just need that. Need that snort of cocaine. Need that. Just that little tiny bit of like, everybody needs calls right now. Where's the Warren Buffett meme? Come on here. Yeah, freak the fuck out and buy everything. 4 p.m. Freak the fuck out and buy everything. Man, I want to take this and run right now. I'm getting greedy here. Yes. Keep on going. Keep on pushing. Keep on pushing. The only time you can get above that fucking daily trigger is in the after hours. You can do it when no one's looking. Can't do it in fucking cash market. Get up there and push it. Take that fucker out and take the next one. Keep pumping. You're not done. No. Does anybody else hold their screens? That's what I do. You're not done. Okay, if you want to step off the bus, if you were in the Pro channel today, I gave you the entry in Pro channel, as I do. You can exit the market here, take your money, walk away. You don't care what happens tomorrow. For the rest of you degenerates that are long here, remember, you need people to want to buy your calls. You want to be the person under them so you can hand them over and say, dude, it's definitely going up. It's going to be amazing. We're going to the moon. Target tomorrow in the morning or by end of day tomorrow, 663. By Friday close, 666. You have the brief in the Discord. I warned you if things go wrong. You have to be able to lose the money that you're making if you're going to stay long in the overnight. They could flush this fucker down and then rip it. Trump could say yes, but no to a like Trump might say yes, and Iran might say we're gonna leave the strait closed while we negotiate. That's not good either. We stay in the trap down here. So you kind of need it all to come together tonight. If it's horrible, I'll be on live tonight at 8 p.m. If I see that there's going to be a presser, I'll come on at like 7:45 or something. We can do it live. If he doesn't, if it's just like a Truth Social post, if it starts bleeding, I will come on and trade with you. If it's good, I ain't doing shit. You can stay awake all night long and fucking hope you're going to make bank on option interest on the open tomorrow. Check out the trades posted all week in the pro stream. All last week too. They're all fucking winners. There's a couple that didn't get started. There's one or two that are like they get started and they go back to fucking flat. Other than that, they're all fucking huge printers. I'll see you all tomorrow at, if nothing goes crazy, I'll see you all tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. For any of you holding on overnight with me, I'm still long. I'm going to hold this all night long. It was cheap enough. I'm up enough. I want to get the fucking 10 bagger. So it's been a long ass fucking week and it's only fucking Tuesday. It's been a long fucking 4 weeks with this Iran bullshit. Can we get back to the, like, we got to start looking at the economy. We got to look at USMCA this summer. Come on, Trump. We got USM fucking CA. You made all this shit talk about NAFTA, blah, this and that. Then you got to deal with the election, bro. What are you going to do? You're in a fucking corner. I'll see you all tomorrow. Good luck. I'm going to look right now. Hold on. Oh, man. I'm already up 300% almost. All right. Later. Slap it. Slap it good.